There was Ms. Etienne, who's counsel for Ms. Smith, has filed a motion to recuse the superintendent with the school board clerk this morning. And Mr. LaPiano has filed a response to that motion. Ms. Etienne desires to, if she desires to proceed with her motion, she can make her arguments during the 10 minutes that the board policy has allotted for her. Both attorneys have made the arguments, and the board can first dispose of the respondent's motion to recuse prior to moving to the actual motion regarding the exceptions. Then the board can proceed with the merits and conclude the hearing. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. General Counsel. Proceed.
Ms. Etienne begins.
Yes.
Thank you, and I just wanted clarification, Counsel. Did you ask me to do one motion before the other? I just wanted to make sure. Was that in regards to ruling?
Yes, through the chair. There's a motion that you filed this morning at 8 a.m. with the board clerk. If you wish to address it, yes, this is the time to address it, and the clock is running.
Understood. Okay, so the first motion that I filed was to ensure that the superintendent, Dr. Jose Dotres, was not present. From the review of the complete file that I am sure the board will do prior to making their final decision, it is clear that within the judge's order, the wife of the superintendent is directly involved in the issues that arose that caused my client to be demoted. And therefore, I wanted to ensure that he would not be involved in any decision-making, thank you, participation, or voting. I do know that my colleague has filed a response to that motion as it relates to the fact that the superintendent will not be involved in the voting process or coming to the final order. If that is correct, then that is fine, and all of my concerns are at ease. So that was the motion that I had filed. And in moving on from that motion, because my time is running, I do want to get to the exceptions because that is why we're here today. That is the most important reason why we are here today. Minor background, as I am sure you have reviewed the record, my client, Yewande Smith, was demoted from her position as sergeant in August of 2021. This matter was referred to DOA, and Judge Schwartz conducted a hearing on the 13th and the 14th of April in 2022. This recommended order that is based on the facts he lists and are therefore give him his conclusions of law is what I'm here to discuss. Now, my client has filed a 39-page list and an exception to every single item raised in the judge's order. So in order to consolidate that and to make it as palatable as possible, I'm going to try and group it together so that way I can make sure that we understand everything that is being objected to. All of the facts in the judge's order, my client vehemently objects to. Specifically, let's break it up into what she's been said to have violated. The Miami-Dade School Board Police Department SOP 12.01, 4.02, 6.01, and School Board Policy 4210. The judge actually, in his recommended order, sort of lumps in paragraphs 30 to 33 and reiterates in paragraphs 44 to 46 of his recommended order the facts that he is using to support his conclusions of law. Now, these facts my client objected to in her exceptions, and she states in her exceptions all of the individuals who participated in the alternate facts and the facts that were testified to by the 5 individuals who actually testified at the hearing, one of which was my client. But it was Major Diana Fox-Williams, Commander Beatrice Peraza, Lieutenant Julio Quinones, and Lieutenant Lydell Cohen. And this is important to note that it is the statements from these individuals that creates our facts, that give us the conclusions of law. And it is important to note that the major incidents that were described and testified to and backed up with the legal conclusions to demote Ms. Smith came from incidents that involved Lieutenant Roche, Superintendent Dotres' wife, other sergeants, and a school resource officer, none of whom testified. Throughout the exceptions, you're going to see that she is explaining her incidents with these other officers that were then reported to these commanding officers. And then these commanding officers simply relay that information in open court, which a legal term of art, hearsay, is what's occurred. They're just relaying facts that other people have told them to justify their findings. Now, it's important to note this and the fact that these are within the exceptions because as Counsel Harvey states, that a board may modify after review of the complete record when the evidence of the proceeding on which the findings were based did not comply with the essential requirements of law. And the law, Florida Statute 12057, 1 subsection C, makes it clear that for hearsay to be used to support competent substantial evidence, fact of record, the hearsay must itself be supported by factual predicate, such admissible evidence that the hearsay is to supplement or explain. My client details throughout the entirety of her exceptions how all of these, a majority and the major basis of her demotions were based on word of mouth from other officers. Let's break it down per violation. The SOP 12.01, the judge in his order states that this is from failing to diligently perform her duties as sergeant, demonstrate knowledge of the laws, the MDCPS policies, and impaired her effectiveness as a sergeant. He specifies that this is related to the fact that the respondent failed to detain a suspect at American Senior High School. This is number 19 in the judge's recommended order and is included in the exceptions my client filed. In the actual hearing, and it'll be on, because you have the complete record, it will be on transcript page 64 to 68, Major Fox Williams was asked to testify as to what unfolded. To be clear, Major Fox Williams was not present. To be clear, the information provided and was objected to by counsel of Ms. Smith at the time as to hearsay was the judge ruled that, okay, well, let's continue with the evidence and we'll see what happens. Because the court knows that hearsay cannot be the sole basis in order to make a finding. The sole basis the judge lists in 1201 is Major Fox Williams' recitation of what a school resource officer who did not testify told her. The facts and conclusions of law to support the violation of School Board Policy 4210, as specified in the recommended order on page 33 and 46, failing to conduct herself in a manner will reflect credit upon herself, school board, failing to obey applicable laws, treat all persons with respect, failing to be efficient and effective in performance of her duties. Now, the recommended order and that are also addressed in the exceptions with facts that differ completely from the judge and an analysis of the testimony. Those are paragraphs 5, 6, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, and 18 of the judge's order. Those paragraphs 5, 6, 8, 9, 15, and 17 are all hearsay. All the testimony from those paragraphs are witnesses admitting other individuals told them something. Facts of those statements by others that form the conclusions of law were reached in the judge's paragraph 46 finding that Officer Smith, violated school board policy 4210. An example of that being in paragraph 6, like I stated, Maribel Dotres, principal, and the superintendent's wife. On page 134 of the transcript, it is Commander Peraza who talks about the conversations, and Lieutenant Quinones that talks about the conversations they had with the superintendent's wife that was part of the justification for the violation of the school board policy 4210.
Just Madam Chair, if I'm out of order, can I get clarification with the clock stop? I know the name a person keeps being referred to as the superintendent's wife. I don't know if that's relevant to what's being presented in the case before the judge, and I personally and professionally somewhat take exception to that. I think in her role as a principal, I don't think her name was the superintendent's wife. So, Madam Chair, if the attorney can clarify that for me, that's just something that I've heard several times, and I just can't stay silent on that issue.
Yes, through the chair, without taking one side or another, in her exceptions, that she filed, that was part of her case that she stated in the exceptions.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go
In the
ahead.
exception, was the person identified by name or by their relationship?
Both.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed? Thank you. Okay. Additionally, it should be noted that the agency's ability to take those facts, all of the facts that I've just talked about, all of the facts that substantiate the reason for why Ms. Smith was demoted, these are all based upon people who did not testify. You have the ability to find that the essential requirements of the law were not met and modify and or reject the judge's order. Now, even if the hearsay statements were used to assist in the testimony, assistance in this regard with hearsay means that it is causing an effect on the individual to who is taking in the information. That effect cannot be argued for its truth. I know that is a legal argument, but essentially what that means is that you are able to argue the effect. You're not able to use the facts that you have caused her for her demotion as a basis for your finding, because that is literally the purpose of hearsay. Now, it is our understanding that that Officer Smith, also within her exception, she did lay out on pages 30 through 39 several of the policies and procedures that weren't followed by the petitioner while she was going through this demotion process. Specifically, she wasn't allowed to have union representation. Specifically, she wasn't given 10 days, she was given 8 days in order to respond. And in order for that to be filed, there was no investigation as required, and you will see the statutes listed and the rules listed and policy and procedures listed in the exceptions on those pages, stating all of the things that were not done by the school board, all of the things that failed to be mentioned in the recommended order. But I ask that you take the complete file into consideration. As you take the complete file into consideration when you see
Madam
that the
Chair.
facts...
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Mr. Lapiano, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. On behalf of the superintendent, I would like to respond to the arguments just made by opposing counsel. First, I want to clarify some facts about this case. This case is a demotion case wherein the respondent was demoted for poor performance as a police supervisor with the Miami-Dade County Schools Police Department. Ms. Yuande Smith was first promoted from the rank of school resource officer to sergeant in March of 2018. It was not long after that she already began to have a disciplinary history. In June of 2018, she received a reprimand for having made inappropriate and unprofessional comments to an assistant principal at a local school. She was also reprimanded at that same time for ordering one other subordinate school resource officer to investigate another school resource officer without authorization, okay? So that was her disciplinary history leading up to the events of this case, which began in early 2021. And please remember, members of the board, that between 2018 and early 2021, we had a whole year where essentially the schools were primarily closed, and there wasn't a 2021 problems begin. In February of 2021, respondent had a dispute with a local principal because that principal asked the respondent to do a welfare check on a student. Instead of just doing the welfare check, she began to engage the principal in a series of inappropriate and rude communications wherein she questioned why the principal wanted this welfare check done. Naturally, this made it back to her supervisor, Lieutenant Quinones, and he was not happy about it. Now, Lieutenant Quinones then reported this incident to his supervisor, Commander Beatrice Peraza. At that point, Beatrice Peraza, in an effort to try to counsel Ms. Smith and to help her out, decided that they would offer Ms. Smith a transfer to a different station where she could have a different supervisor and she wouldn't have to be with the principal that she was with. Now, at this meeting where she was offered a transfer, she got very upset, she began to cry, and she didn't want to be transferred. Now, that very afternoon, after that meeting concluded, Ms. Smith failed to respond to a police call, and her excuse for that failure to respond was that the radio batteries in her radio weren't charged. Her troubles continued in March of 2021 on one day when she arrived extremely late to work. What was her excuse? Well, when she was driving to work that day, she saw another Miami-Dade County Public Schools police officer that was off duty that had been involved in a traffic accident, and she decided to intervene without any reason to do so in this other officer's business. That caused her to be late to work. Just a few days after that incident in March 2021, she failed to submit certain documentation related to a Florida Department of Law Enforcement audit, okay? Because of her failure, there were some audit exceptions. So with all this stuff going on, Lieutenant Quinones meets with Commander Peraza, and Commander Peraza decides, you know what, we're gonna have to put Ms. Smith on a performance improvement plan. Now, this performance improvement plan was intended to last from March 23rd of 2021 through June 11th of 2021. Now, during that approximate 6-month period, she had a series of other problems. I'm just gonna list a few, but there were many. She failed to read and draft her supervisory emails as she was instructed to in the performance improvement plan. On at least one occasion, she forwarded a critical incident email to the wrong email address, and then when a supervisor tried to correct her, she was rude and disrespectful with that supervisor. She failed to update that same supervisor on another critical incident at a school. Now, a critical incident could be anything like a lockdown or that there's a suspect on the premises. So these all while she's on a performance improvement plan. The last straw was around, I believe, May of 2021, where there was an adult trespasser, okay, on the campus of American Senior High School. Ms. Smith ordered that this person be released. This was widely reported in local media. This woman had to be apprehended and arrested after Ms. Smith let her leave the premises in contravention of what she should have done. She should have detained this individual, and she should have arrested this individual. Now, in August of 2021, the supervisors all met and discussed her performance under the performance improvement plan, and they decided at this point that the best course of action would be to demote Ms. Smith, and that's how we arrived here today. Now, you just heard a lot from opposing counsel about the concept of hearsay. I can assure you that the counsel that represented Ms. Yewande Smith at the evidentiary hearing in this case before the Division of Administrative Hearings made plenty of objections to hearsay, evidence of emails from Ms. Smith or of other communications directly relating to her and the performance of her duties. So I just want to clarify for the board the standard, because most of Ms. Smith's exceptions concern her belief that the judge got all the facts in her case wrong, and she would have this board believe that her interpretation of the facts is the correct one, and nothing the judge concluded was correct. The board can only alter the judge's finding of facts in this case if they are not supported by any competent substantial evidence. That means that even if the board believes there's another possible interpretation, they must still defer to the ALJ's factual findings, and you are not permitted to reweigh the evidence or the credibility of any of the witnesses. Opposing counsel just told you there was 5 other witnesses that I called in this case. They all testified against Ms. Smith, and the judge credited their competent substantial testimony against that of Ms. Smith. For that reason, all of Ms. Smith's exceptions to the judge's findings of fact should be denied by this board. Ms. Smith's exceptions, which she drafted herself, didn't really make any clear exceptions to the legal conclusions, but ultimately the legal conclusion the ALJ came into in this case was that Ms. Smith violated several board policies. So in order to alter this finding, this board would have to find that in the light of all the facts that the judge established, there's another conclusion based on the evidence that this board could reach that is just as reasonable or more reasonable than the one the ALJ reached, which is that she should be demoted. If you look at all the facts of this case and you see all the problems she had and you see the assistance administration tried to give her to improve, there's no other reasonable conclusion here other than that the demotion was absolutely justified. Opposing counsel also did at the end address due process. To the extent that Ms. Smith believes that she wasn't given proper notice, not given a certain amount of days to reply to anything, any of those infractions should have been addressed at the time through some form of grievance. Moreover, and I think this is very, very important, both the federal and state constitutions, okay, have an ultimate form of due process. And that ultimate form of due process is a hearing on the merits where you get to present evidence and defend yourself, okay? Ms. Smith had that. The judge heard all her evidence, and she lost. So to the extent that there's an argument that there was some type of minor due process violation, even if true, that would have been cured because she had a hearing on the merits. At the end of this hearing, which I guess is coming to a close, the board is going to be asked to rule and select one of the two options in board item G14. For the aforementioned reasons, the superintendent respectfully requests that the school board select option 1, which is to enter a final order adopting the recommended order of Administrative Law Judge Schwartz and rejecting the respondent's exceptions. Also, the school board should also deny the motion to recuse filed by Ms. Smith's counsel. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, that concludes the arguments of counsel. At this point, I think counsel for Ms. Smith had raised a motion. I don't know if she wants to continue to proceed with that motion. If I may ask, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Apologies, which motion? I thought we addressed both.
Okay, you're good. So she's not interested in addressing the motion, so at this point, the board can move on to E14 and decide whether it wants to approve option 1 or option 2. Option 1 is to adopt the recommended order as its final order, or option number 2 would be to grant one of the exceptions or all of the exceptions that have been filed by the respondent. And if there are any questions from the board can ask those questions at this time. If not, the board can proceed with a motion to dispose of the item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. General Counsel, sir, so you have clarified the first question that I had. Before we could make a decision on the exceptions that have been filed, I wanted to know if the respondent at this point in time was going to withdraw, because if not, we would have to dispose of the motion to recuse, but that's already been addressed. That from what I just understood in the conversation you had. Is that correct, Mr. General Counsel?
That's what I understood, and counsel can verify
Is
that.
that,
Sorry, I was a bit confused. I thought you meant if I had addressed it already, and I'm sorry, that was my first argument. I'm sorry. Yes, I would
Okay,
like a
so-
ruling on that one first.
So,
put the mic, please.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I may, the board must dispose of that motion first.
All right. And that's exactly where I was going with this one. So again, before we get to the decision on the exceptions that were filed by the respondent, we now need to dispose of the motion to recuse that was filed by the respondent this morning. This would be based on the argument that we have heard today, and it is very clear that the motion filed by the respondent's counsel this morning should be denied for the following reasons. Number one, the motion is not authorized by the rules and policies governing these proceedings, and the board has no authority to grant the motion, as this is a quasi-judicial proceeding conducted by the school board, and the superintendent is only a party, just as the respondent Smith is as well. And as a result, he is not involved at this time with the stage in the board's conclusions and disposition of these exceptions. The motion is also untimely, as it was filed this morning over a year after the administrative law judge issued the recommended order in this particular case. So for all those reasons, I would like to make a motion to deny the respondent's motion to recuse. Do I have a second for that motion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, motion passes. Now we will entertain the discussion on the exceptions. And now I have Dr. Gallen, sir. I know you would like to speak.
Through the chair, your motion spoke to the issue that I was going to raise relative to the superintendent's non-role in this decision-making process. So your motion addressed that. When I did see the motion, I know that the superintendent did not have any standing relative to ruling on this particular issue, and you addressed that in the motion. I was going to speak to that, but you already
Yes.
did.
Thank you, sir.
I have some other questions, but I'll wait till my colleagues speak first. Thank you.
Okay, so going back to the exceptions now, do we have any discussion or a motion concerning G14 at this point? The board has two options, as has been stated. There is, number one, through a motion, that the board may adopt the entirety of the administrative law judge's recommended order as its final order, or number two, through a motion, the board may adopt any or all of the exceptions filed by the respondent, and in so doing, reject or modify the administrative law judge's findings of fact or conclusions of law. So I open it up to my colleagues on the board for any comments that anyone would like to make at this time. Dr. Gallen, sir.
Yes, through the chair, just, I want to thank both councils for their presentation on this particular issue. This is an issue that I can say this board never takes lightly with respect to any impact on an employee's standing. I don't take it lightly, obviously, so I always listen very specifically, and I just do have a few questions for my own edification and final decision-making. I subscribe to the tenet of NEAT, notify, explain, assist, and timeline, and that really captures the essence of due process. So through the chair, on the comment made by the superintendent's attorney, you referenced reprimands. My question through the chair, were those reprimands during that particular period, were they documented, were they formal or informal, through the chair?
Dr. Gallen, great question. In 2018, there were two separate reprimands. They might have been codified on one piece of paper, I don't recall, but it was regarding two separate incidents, both from 2018. So they were formal reprimands. And as I said, that was just giving background in her disciplinary history. So, you know, to show you that the problems that began in February 2021 wasn't the first time she had performance issues.
Yes. Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to set that for the record. There's a distinction between warnings and reprimands. Reprimands, from what I recall in my days in the bureaucracy, those are more along the lines of formalized procedures. You can't reprimand something without any codification of it. So I just wanted to be clear during that particular period. You're absolutely correct. I wrote 2018 through 2021. So for the record, those were codified through a formalized process evidencing a formal reprimand through the chair. Is that your representation?
Yes, Dr. Gallen.
Thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
On the performance improvement plan that spanned a period of 6 months, through the chair, was there any documented summary of issues of noncompliance with respect to the PIP that was issued during that particular time? So you listed a few issues that were cited. Were those issues documented in terms of noncompliance, non-responsiveness, et cetera, through the chair?
Yes, they were, and I believe they were discussed with Ms. Smith during a conference for the record that was held, I believe, on or around August of 2021, before the decision to make her demotion was ultimately made. And basically, just so you understand, the performance deficiencies, you know, despite what they were trying to do with the PIP, she wasn't following the directions of what was on the PIP. She kept making mistakes. She kept failing to check in when she was supposed to. And then there were, you know, the individual, I guess, one-off incidents, you can call them, like the incident at American Senior High School.
Thank you. Through the chair, final question?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Well, question request. Could you make the distinction between the role to which Ms. Smith was assigned and that of a regular school resource officer? You referenced a number of times the issue of leadership, supervision, et cetera, where it becomes a demotion. Can you make the distinction between that particular role and the subsequent role thereby demoted to?
I'll do the best I can. A school resource officer with Miami-Dade County Public Schools Police Department is an entry level. I guess you could call them like a beat cop. Like they're the patrol officers of Miami-Dade County Public Schools. The sergeants are the rank above them. Typically, a sergeant, it's my understanding, supervises anywhere from 10 to 15 officers. Typically, when these officers are assigned to, each SRO, or each school has an SRO, so each sergeant will be in charge of approximately 15 schools. In terms of their day-to-day duties, I probably wouldn't be the best person to ask in that regard, but that's the primary distinction. The sergeants supervise the SROs.
Thank you, and thought this was my final question. It was the first question. Through the chair, is it possible that even in light of a demotion, there could be no material impact to a person's compensation? Through the chair?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Dr. Gallen.
An individual can be demoted, but based on a particular pay scale, there may not be a mitigation of their compensation. Through the chair, is that possible?
Sure, I suppose that could be possible, yes.
Through the chair, do we know if this is the case with this one?
Oh, are you asking whether or not she lost compensation in this
Yes.
case? She did lose compensation in this case. It was a full demotion, rank, and salary.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other colleagues? All right, all right, we'll go with Board Member Bentros-Bendigo first, and then we'll go ahead with Vice Chair Espino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had 3 questions, but now I'm down to 2. I should never come after my colleague, Dr. Gallen III. I want to know, why was she not offered union representation, number 1, through the chair?
Is this a question for me? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were
That's
looking at. My
okay.
eyesight is terrible without my
I
glasses.
know, I know.
Sorry, yes. So there was a situation, actually. The facts of that situation are actually outlined in her exceptions, where she stated she did have somebody that was supposed to appear for her. That individual couldn't appear on the date in which the interview or this conference was happening, and her supervisors refused to move the date, and so it happened without her representation being able to be there.
Follow up,
Board
Madam
Member-
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
That causes me to wonder about the process. Having been a union rep in my time, and having been a principal, you're on both sides, or one side or the other, to do what is proper. Okay, thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair, please.
Yes, ma'am.
When someone mentioned, I think it was you, her representative, that she stopped to intervene because someone was having a traffic issue or an accident of sorts. Why was that? Well, she was tardy, I believe was stated. Why was that a problem that she stopped to maybe offer assistance through the chair?
Yes.
Who will be responding?
I can respond. So that situation was when a fellow officer had gotten into an accident with a bicycle. Officer Smith was on her way to work. She pulled over out of concern for the situation and was trying to assist or offer help or to figure out what was going on. She notates the factual discrepancies in her exceptions with what's being stated and what was stated on the record by her superiors, whereas, she's intervening with this fellow sergeant's personal business and a personal accident. She shouldn't have done that, because I believe that sergeant had sent an email to Lieutenant Quinones, her direct supervisor, complaining that she was interfering in their business, complaining that they were off duty at the time, when in my client's exceptions, she actually takes fault with that, saying that it's her belief that officer actually was on duty at the time, and she was just trying to assist, so she was a little tardy for pulling over to try to assist.
Madam Chair, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't, no, I can't say that. I'm not an attorney. Madam Chair, I think I'm going to stop there. Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to ask these questions, and hopefully we'll get to the bottom of this. I'm still a little perplexed, but I think I'll stop there. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much. Vice Chair Espino, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we've discussed before on quasi-judicial items, we're limited to what we can take into account when these proceedings come to us, which is hard because we're people and we want to take into account a different set of circumstances. As of today, I don't know that I've heard anything that is so substantiating as to set aside the ALJ's recommended order and supplant it with our own findings. With that, I'm prepared to proceed with option one, or what are we saying, A, which is to move forward with the ALJ's recommended order and uphold the demotion.
Thank you. Do I have any other board members, though, that wanted to speak or not prior to moving forth? Before we do, I also would like to state for the record that I've also reviewed this, and I concur exactly with the statements that you have made referencing the administrative law judge's recommendation. I only had one very brief question. We have the Office of Professional Standards. Office of Professional Standards is in charge of ensuring that due process is given to all of our employees. Could Mr. Lapiano please respond? All of the due process that we give to all of our employees has been afforded.
Thank you, Mr. Rojas. I assure you that to the extent that there was any infraction at all, the judge heard all of Ms. Smith's testimony in that regard at the hearing. He did not rule that there was any type of due process infraction. And again, I want the board to understand that in the United States of America and in the state of Florida, the ultimate form of due process is a hearing and a right to be heard. You get to present your evidence. The party standing against you gets to present their evidence, and then the neutral third-party arbiter, whether it's a jury or a judge, makes a decision. She had that to the extent that she should have raised some minor issue with notice or something like that. Again, all of that, generally speaking, gets washed away when you get your day in court, and that's what she had. So do not worry that there was any type of grievous denial of due process here. That is not the case. Ms. Smith was represented from the beginning in this case by competent attorneys. There were several of them, and I assure you, again, if there would have been a deprival of due process, the judge would have found it such. He did not. So I think you can rest easy knowing that.
Thank you. So we do have then a motion in place. That's option number one, that the board may adopt the entirety of the administrative law judge's recommended order as its final order. Is there a second? All right, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, then option one is the option that the board has voted on. And before I give it back to the general counsel, I do want to thank both attorneys who are here today, both very well prepared, and both stated your cases in a very articulate manner. So I do want to thank both of you for your presentations. I also want to thank the general counsel's office for also your guidance throughout the process. Mr. General Counsel, sir, would you like to say anything else before we proceed with our meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes the exceptions hearing. We will prepare a final order for the chair's signature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. With that said, I would like to have a motion to bring the H items. All in favor? Thank you. Our first one for today in the H's is H4, and this is our school board endorsement recognizing October 2023 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month throughout Miami-Dade County Public Schools. And from our committee meeting, this board item was co-sponsored by myself as chair, Vice Chair Espino, Mr. Robert Alonzo, Ms. Lucia Baez-Geller, Ms. Mari Blanco, Ms. Monica Calucci, Dr. Steve Gallon III, and Ms. Luisa Santos. I do not have any public speakers at this time. However, this is your board item, Board Member Bendros Mendengal, so you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you to my colleagues for making it known that you agree with this item. It is very, very, very informative. And of course, having met with some individuals today and talked with them about this, it was not something that they came down to hear about. And they kept saying, I'm in, I'm in, I'm in. So we want to make sure that we give them an opportunity to be a part of this event. We're in our 24th year, which I am indeed proud of. And of course, yes, Madam Chair, you've been there, and we've had wonderful opportunities to share throughout the community. We want you all to know that we bring about an understanding that love doesn't hurt. If it gets to that, then you need to try to back out. As we would say in another vernacular, pick up whatever you can and run. So this action proposed is that the School Board of Miami-Dade County, Florida, endorse the month of October 2023 in Miami-Dade County Public Schools as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very, very much for bringing this item forth one more time. I don't have anyone else that signed up, but I want to thank you personally for your tenacity in making sure that these poor victims are never forgotten and that proactively you try to avoid anyone else from falling into the same scenario that they have had to encounter, sadly, for so many years. And as you stated, I have attended your event, and it is truly an amazing event to go to. Really will leave you with tears in your eyes when you hear some of the situations and stories that are shared with everyone who's in the public. I'm looking forward to going again when you have your next event, and wholeheartedly I support this item.
I thank you.
I don't have any, okay, Dr. Gallen,
Thank
sir?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, I want to echo those sentiments. We often talk about how we move the needle on certain issues, whether it's student performance, whether it's reduction of suspension, whether it's improving attendance. You move the needle on critical areas through consistency. And through the chair, Dr. Bendros Mendengal, you have been consistently unwavering, consistently committed, consistently courageous, consistently convicted in this particular body of work. I, through the chair, spoke at Norland about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and you all may understand this. I said this to Rick Ross. I told him that he's not episodic, he's consistently convicted. And he looked at me, he said, I'm going to use that in one of my new songs.
Nice.
But a lot of times we take on initiatives and we do it in a very episodic way. It's one moment in time rather than a consistent, ongoing movement. Your consistency in the areas of addressing domestic violence is unparalleled, is unrivaled, and is immeasurable in terms of how broadly you impact the lives of so many, of not only the adults, but more importantly, the children and families, because domestic violence doesn't only affect the direct victim, it affects everybody. And this is, again, a reflection of your consistency, your courage, and your conviction around all of the issues that help to not only educate children, but empower them and their families. And for that, I'm always going to be a full supporter of you and this work as you continue to support our community and, most importantly, support our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Gallen. Do I have anyone else who would like to speak on this item? All right, well, seeing none, do I hear a motion? All right, is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you so very
Thank you,
much.
Madam Chair.
And now we are going to move forward. We go to item H6, the Multi-Tiered System of Support, MTSS Focus Group. And from last week's committee meeting, I had the following co-sponsors to the item. Myself as chair, I had Mr. Robert Alonso, Board Member Lucia Baez-Geller, Dr. Dorothy Bendros-Meningol, Ms. Monica Colucci, Dr. Steve Allen III, and Ms. Luisa Santos. I do not have any public speakers that have signed up for this item. So Board Member Blanco, you can go ahead and present the item at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank those board members that had an opportunity to co-sponsor at committee. This item is calling for a focus group for those stakeholders of the multi-tiered system of supports. It's known as MTSS. It's an evidence-based model that looks to make informed decisions about students' education, not just academic, but their behavioral and social emotional well-being. The framework is often referred to, or parts of it, as Tier 1 universal instruction, and then moving on to Tier 2 and Tier 3 intensive levels of intervention for those students that might be in need. The MTSS team consists of many different stakeholders. You have a school administrator, the MTSS coordinator, which is usually the assistant principal or counselor. You may have an instructional reading coach, a school psychologist, a counselor, a teacher, an interventionist, and parents should also be there. When you have so many different stakeholders there, it makes it very difficult at times and presents some challenges to have these regular meetings to review all of the information that is being gathered, the evidence that needs to be looked at. And so, although the school district has a very robust MTSS implementation guide, it provides all of the information that a school and MTSS coordinator needs to have successful meetings. There are some challenges that can come about. It's very time consuming. As mentioned, there's so many people involved in these meetings, and some of them might be itinerant, which makes it difficult in order for them to get together and to schedule these meetings. Oftentimes you have students moving from one school to another. You might have students who are in Tier 2 or Tier 3 interventions at the end of the school year, and that information is not always passed along to the beginning of the school year to begin with interventions right away. The data is also sometimes just kept in a file folder, and so having some kind of system where all of this data can be kept and also looked at in some kind of dashboard so that the students' progress can be monitored would be fantastic. And so the idea is to bring the focus group together, all of the different stakeholders being a part of it, representing all 3 regions and all 9 voting districts, so that they can come together and look at some possible solutions to some of the challenges. There's also some recommendations to consider, but not be limited to, involving a parent academy for parents to be more informed of the process. Consider having veteran MTSS coordinators mentor new coordinators, and to also explore the feasibility of having some form of database and dashboard that allows for a better monitoring system of the students that are in intervention. And so at this time, I'm open for any questions that the board members may have.
Thank you. I have one colleague that has signed up for this item. It's not your phone. Okay, well, can you just take it back? Yes. I have then ready to go. Vice Chair Espino, you did sign up.
Yes, Madam Chair, just a request for co-sponsor when ready.
Thank you very much. I don't have anyone else. Dr. Gallen, sir?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to once again commend my colleague, Ms. Blanco, for this particular item. But equally important, thank you for your level of engagement in committee, your receipt of the feedback. I see that the revision did include an opportunity for all 9 voting districts to be represented, to have some form of voice in this particular process. And for that, again, I thank you and I commend you, and I'm proud to be a co-sponsor on the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I hear a motion for any co-sponsors? All right, thank you. Do I have a second? All in favor? Mr. Vice Chair Espino was the only one that requested to be a co-sponsor. Thank you very much. Do I hear a motion to approve the item as amended? Do I have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? All right, so motion passes. And now we will go to H7. H7 is the development of a feasibility study regarding the possibility of providing paid parental leave for full-time Miami-Dade County Public School employees. And before I proceed with my item, I would like to state that we do have some public speakers that signed up, and I want to also name the co-sponsors and thank them. Mr. Robert J. Alonso, Board Member Lucia Baez-Geller, Board Member Mari Blanco, Member Monica Colucci, Dr. C. Gallon III, and Board Member Luisa Santos. Thank you. And at this time, I would like to first, before presenting my item, call Ms. Carla Hernandez-Matz.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Ms. Matz is unable to be with us at the time she's getting here. I asked the board that I have the opportunity to speak to this item on her behalf.
Yes, I would like to take a vote. I motion to go ahead and allow our now replacement
Through the
for Ms.
chair.
Carla Hernandez-Matz.
Through the chair, my apologies, Madam Chair. There's only 4 board members. We don't have a quorum. Mr. Harvey will assist in getting another board member
Okay,
to the
thank you
dais.
very much. We'll wait for a moment.
Move it.
Okay, second, is there a second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. I am Antonio White, the first Vice President of the United Teachers of Dade, and I stand before you today in full support of this item H7. UTD supports providing new parents with paid time off. Our current contract allows for time off, but it can only be paid if the employee has sick or vacation days available. No paid time is provided by Dade County Public Schools specifically for this purpose. Over the years, we have seen employees come up with some workarounds to the lack of paid time off, but these workarounds have other consequences for the employee and for the district insurance in many cases. I would ask that the feasibility study take a look at short-term disability claim experience and also usage of the sick leave bank, as both of these are impacted by the lack of paid parental leave. I am confident that a clean and direct benefit of paid parental leave will be welcomed by all employees. UTD is committed to being a partner to bring this benefit into fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Danielle Pierre is our next speaker. Not here. Okay. Well, I don't have any other speakers, so I will go ahead and present my item. At committee, last week, we had a very, very good and healthy discussion about agenda item H7. I listened attentively to all the comments that were being made by my colleagues. And then, as a matter of fact, I also included some recommendations. The item addresses the concept of paid parental leave following the birth, adoption, or foster care intake of employees' child or children. The language included is somewhat similar to what the federal government, the state, and the county have for parental leave. It might be fruitful, actually, to find out how they did it and how they were able to project the cost of such benefit. Furthermore, there is also new language in the action proposed to include different examples of benefit selections that may be considered, legal issues regarding the offering of paid parental leave benefits, and the report to the board, which is due March 1st, 2024. I want to thank once more all of my colleagues for their comments, and especially I want to thank Dr. Gallen, who addressed the fact that he's a single dad, and a great one, I must say, and he didn't want dads to be left out. And I assure you that they're also included in here. Now you saw the revisions that were made to make that crystal clear. At this time, I just simply want to say that all options, I am sure that the superintendent and his team will be looking at. We have so many members of the Miami-Dade County Public School family that I believe would be very grateful if something like this could at least be reviewed with a very sincere recommendation coming to us. when the due date arrives. And with that said, I do want to state for the record that I also believe that this item is going to not only benefit our employees now, but improve the recruitment, the retention, the rewarding, and the respect for all of the teachers that we represent. That is my item. Thank you very much. And at this time, let me look at board members who signed up. So we have Board Member Bendros Mendengo.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I'm looking at the item again. We are on H7, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see where I co-sponsored Madam
Let me
Chair.
go back and check.
Before.
Let me see. No, you're not on here for some reason. I don't know. No, ma'am.
Okay, well, you know I do want to.
Yes.
Yes, you do.
Of
Thank you
course.
so much. And just to, after getting my co-sponsorship, to let you know, is one of my favorite people in all the world, Dr. Steve Gallen III. He said something to me not too long ago about being professionally jealous. You know, we sometimes, as you say, knock it out the park. And he said that. So I want to thank you for, it's so important that we look at this and look at it the way we should and bring about changes that are absolutely necessary. So those are my comments. And of course, when the time is appropriate, I'd like to co-sponsor.
Thank you
Thank you,
very
Madam
much,
Chair.
Dr. Bendros Mendengo. I have Board Member Santos, who signed up as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to thank you for bringing this item. I think about so many different reasons why this is so important, not the least important, which is keeping our employees able to continue to work with us. And we've all heard it about employees who unfortunately have to make hard decisions and end up leaving their roles, at first maybe temporarily, and then decide permanently. This will help us ensure that they don't have to find the workarounds. And I am grateful that it was pointed out that when we do the study, we'll take into account the many different costs that we do incur today because people are having to work around the system versus really delivering for them from the beginning and really comparing apples to apples and what that might look like for us to be able to do it for our entire workforce.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other board members. Oh, Dr. Gowan, sir. And then Lucia Baezquelo, you said, did you raise your hand? No, okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, I want to once again commend you for this item. As indicated by our colleagues and as discussed in committee, this item is so salient with respect to us being competitive as a school district. We have been embarked upon the endeavor to recruit, retain, and reward our teaching staff, our employees of the district, and very often people restrict compensation to monetary benefits. People choose education for a number of reasons. Yes, our teachers are not paid enough. They need to be paid more. All of our employees, quite frankly. But where we have an opportunity to explore other benefits that can make us much more competitive, especially post-COVID, post-pandemic, where the employment options for working at home, working virtually, are more fluid than they were in the past. I think us giving some degree of exploring some deference for parents and families is critically important. Through the chair, I also want to thank you for the modification. For fathers, we understand that parents come in different forms and fashions, you know, but we are in support of families. We're in support of families, parents, whether it's a mother, a father, a co-parenting scenario. We should provide an opportunity to consider the parental role no matter what the circumstances are. So that modification is greatly appreciated, and I'm sure so many of our fathers are appreciative of consideration, and all of our parents, grandparents, it could be aunts, uncles, whomever is charged with the parental role and responsibility for our children, and that's an employee. these things should be explored. So again, honored to be a co-sponsor. I want to thank you for the item, and I'm looking forward to the feedback that I believe at some point will make us even more competitive with respect to working conditions and benefits for our employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gallen, sir. All right, I do have our student advisor, Ms. Zara Racines, who signed up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. H7 is an amazing item that's taking a giant leap in prioritizing our teachers, our employers, and acknowledging that they have responsibilities outside of the classroom. And I do acknowledge that it is incredibly important to provide that sufficient time for parental leaves and teachers. After all, it is their rights as human beings to have that time to totally devote to their children, to their babies, and making sure that they are well taken care of during those crucial months that they are growing up. However, we did have a district SGA meeting last week with our students, and there was a concern brought up by our students. We all wholeheartedly support this item and believe it should be passed for our teachers. However, there is an aspect of it that does impact our students with regards to the rigor and the quality of instruction that the students of that teacher, whether it's the mother or the father, who will be taking that class and continuing that class in their absence. The schools can replace the teachers that are on leave with, a substitute teacher or another English or math teacher that's related to that subject that can, fill in their shoes and continue to teach the students. However, those students will still have a deficit, still be impacted with regards to the quality of education that they were receiving beforehand from that teacher. For example, myself, I was in this situation last year in 11th grade. I was taking AP English Language, a college course, and our teacher had to leave for 4 months. And during these 4 months, we were supposed to be learning how to write essays, how to answer very, difficult multiple choice questions that would be tested on the AP exam in a couple months. So the teacher left in January, and she only came back in April, which was exactly 3 weeks before our exam. So we had very short amount of time to catch up with her on all the instruction. And during those 4 months that she was away, we had a mix of substitute teachers coming who just sat there during the class and didn't instruct us. And then we received a teacher who was an ESOL teacher. So she wasn't really well versed on the AP curriculum. And then after, we had that last resort at having 12th graders who had previously taken the AP Link exam to come into class and teach us a little bit about the exam. So we did lose a lot of quality instruction, and that did impact the scores for our class during the AP exam. And so with, in combination with my experience and also the concerns from the students that I spoke with last week, I would like to make a recommendation that, in conjunction with this item that will be passed hopefully, because it's an amazing opportunity for our teachers, but also for our teams, our committees to research that upon notice that is given by that teacher, whether it's the mother or the father, who will be going on leave for those 9 weeks that are being highlighted, for the school themselves or the district to immediately identify the individual that will be replacing the teacher during those weeks, and to provide them with the quality time, sufficient time with that teacher who will be leaving, to communicate about what that teacher taught in the class, how did they teach the students, whether that's different platforms, different study strategies, and the different presentations that they used, and any input from the teacher as well on subjects that the students maybe might have been lacking in, and they were planning on guiding their students during the time that they would have been on leave, and to ensure that whoever is replacing the teacher, is very knowledgeable on how that teacher taught the students, to make sure that even though there will still be a deficit in the teaching, at least the individual replacing them has as much information as possible to really properly prepare their students while that teacher is on leave. Thank you.
Thank you. And to Ms. Ronisi, I want you to understand that I fully understand the concerns of our students, and they're very viable concerns. As a former principal, I dealt with this all the time, not just for, let's say, parental leave. Someone who is ill has to take time off, maybe for a month, maybe 2, maybe 3. You need to get a substitute for that particular individual, and I fully concur that you need to bring in someone into that classroom that will try to do a very good job so that our students lose as little as possible. But this happens every single day for a plethora of reasons, not just for the parental leave component. And that's where I just want to commend you, because I concur, and I think our superintendent, well, he's not here right now, but our chief of staff will relay that to the superintendent, that this is critically important that we continue, not just with this item, forget this item. Anytime that we have teachers that are out, not only when we have a substitute teacher for a day or 2, but when we have to have someone to take that position for an extensive period of time, that proactively the administrators at the school are doing what I know the majority of them do, and that is looking for someone that can take the place of that other individual who is leaving, who they think is going to do the best job possible for the children. And the principals in schools, if they know you're going to be out, sometimes they don't know. If it's an illness, you don't know until the day you're told. But if someone, let's say, is expecting a child, they can plan for that particular situation. So very good, viable point, and I am sure that our superintendent and his team will take it all also into consideration when they submit back to us the report. So thank you. And with that said, I know I have our board member, Bendros Minigo, who wanted to also co-sponsor. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to co-sponsor, but if I may have a moment to compliment our student advisor. And in listening to her and watching her take the lead and as she represents the children. We're in good hands if we just follow through. I find her to be refreshing and, of course, giving us an opportunity to know that our children are trying as hard as they can, but in this difficult world. And I want to thank you for being the voice and just continue the good work. God bless you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, so at this time, I know that Board Member Bendros Minigo wanted to co-sponsor the item. Do I hear a motion? All right. Oh, you also, all right, so we have Vice Chair Espino, who also wants to co-sponsor. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Seeing none, that motion passes. Now, a motion to approve the item as amended.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, motion passes. We now proceed to item H8, that the School Board of Miami-Dade County, Florida, recognize and observe October 2023 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month. Co-sponsors for this item are myself as chair, and we have Mr. Roberto Alonso, Ms. Lucia Baez-Geller, Dr. Dorothy Bendros Mendengal, Ms. Mari Blanco, Ms. Monica Colucci, Dr. Steve Gallon III, and Ms. Luisa Santos. I do not have any public speakers signed up at this time, and so Board Member Lucia Baez-Geller, please present the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It really gives me so much pleasure to bring this item today. October 2023 marks the 78th anniversary of National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and it's time to educate about disability employment issues and celebrate the many varied contributions of America's workers with disabilities, or like we say, differing abilities. And the history of National Disability Employment Awareness Month, it goes all the way back to 1945, when it enacted a law declaring the first week of October National Employ the Physically Handicapped Week. That's how it came out in 1945. Well, since then, they've removed the word physically, and they want to acknowledge the employment and the needs and the contributions of individuals with all types of abilities. And so then in 1988, this celebration was extended for the whole month. And so I bring it this month because currently Miami-Dade County Public Schools does provide numerous programs and services to increase training, to support employment opportunities for our students when they age out of the special education system at 22 years. And on a personal note, I've had many of those students. I see them around after they graduate, and they are so happy and self-fulfilled that they're able to work, that they are able to contribute to their family's well-being, and that they feel that they have a place in society. Furthermore, many parents that I run into the community do want their high cognitive, higher functioning special needs students to be able to eventually live independently. And that is a dream for many parents. Unfortunately, sometimes it's not possible, but many parents do see a pathway for their special needs students in the post-secondary opportunity space. And so it just provides me so much pleasure to talk about it, because we do have a lot of employment training programs, school to work programs here at Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and summer internships. And through these programs, I think that we're definitely sending a message that we value our special needs students with differing abilities, that we reaffirm our commitment to them. And I think that this item of endorsing October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month, it definitely helps us as a district to continue to keep our students at the forefront of all abilities, of differing abilities. And I encourage our district to continue this, to continue their commitment, and to take steps to continue to recruit and hire and train and advance our individuals with special needs. We had a great conversation during committee about all the different ways that our own students aging out of special needs programs can continue with our district, possibly as employees, and I hope that we follow up with that opportunity. But at the end of the day, every one of our students deserves dignity to fulfill their best life according to their vision, and especially want them to feel self-sufficient and able to live out their dreams. There's so many things that we take for granted day to day, barriers that our students with differing abilities face day to day that we cannot even imagine. And so I just hope that with proper support, we can continue to increase the number of our ESE students who can thrive in post-secondary opportunities that we may provide them for employment, training, and self-sufficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other speakers signed up for the item, and I do want to thank Board Member Baez-Geller for bringing this beautiful item to us. And I too fully concur with you that we hopefully will be looking at other possibilities when the children are no longer able to get the services here provided by Miami-Dade County Public Schools. There are so many families that are so desperate to find assistance after their children can no longer be with us. So I know the superintendent is looking at that very carefully as well. So thank you for bringing this item. Do I hear a motion for any additional co-sponsors? All right, so wait, Mr. Espino, and you're the only one, sir, right? Okay. Do I have a second then?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, do I hear a motion to approve the item as amended?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we proceed now to board item H10. H10 is proposed Miami-Dade County Public Schools 2024 State Legislative Priority Native Language Assessments. I have public speakers. Ryan Pontier. Is Mr. Pontier here? Okay. Danielle Pierre? Okay. All right, Board Member Santos, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item, as we discussed at length in committee, seeks to add one more item to our legislative platform for the year. As we discussed, native language assessments are a state issue, and we have an opportunity to advocate for our unique population by adding priorities to that legislative agenda. And as was stated, we did revise the item to show that the legislative agenda does provide for, or already includes, providing for a waiver for the passage of the ELA requirements for ELL students who have passed all other high school graduation requirements and have been enrolled in school less than 2 consecutive years. As we discussed in committee, this is sort of like Part A and Part B. So Part A is the waiver that's included in there and now included in the item, and then Part B is a more long-term consideration for the state, but one that certainly would benefit hundreds of students in Miami-Dade County. So I thank you all for your support and happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. I have Board Member Colucci, who signed up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the maker of the item, I want to thank you because I fully, as an educator, understand the intent behind it. My mother was an immigrant, came here at 13, did not speak any English whatsoever, and at the time, there were no ESOL strategies in place. It was basically sink or swim. So I think we've made tremendous strides as a community, and in our, with the meta requirements that we had to get endorsed in ESOL strategies to help our students is critical. And I think our Miami-Dade County does an exceptional job when it comes to giving these students the tools that they need to help acquire a second language. I know that we have a lot of assessments, the access test, which determines their proficiency level. As soon as a student comes in from another country, does not speak the language, we give them that test to help assess them. At this point in time, I did a little research about, and since I'm not familiar so much with the high school, my I guess, experience has been with elementary. But I did a little research on what the state allows for with students that are from out of country and out of state. And I have the statute in front of me. It's 1003.43. And the students who earn, the second part of that statute talks about the 24 credits for the standard high school that they rely on too much to not master the English language, because when we do that, are we putting them at a disadvantage? I am all for speaking as many languages as possible. I wish I knew more. I know 2. I know English and Spanish. And I think that when we have a student come into this country and is about to go out into the workforce, I think it is our obligation to give them the world and to provide them with every opportunity they can to learn English so that they are not limited by their opportunities. I know that in the gifted program, we test students, and English proficiency is not a measure of intelligence by any way, shape, or form. And I will state that clearly. As a teacher of the gifted, I had students that would come into my class tested on the Aprendo, which is given to them in their native language, and they were able to take gifted courses. And I have, I welcome that. I think that they are students that are acquiring a second language can benefit from gifted strategies. But what I would like at this point is for someone from staff to clarify all of the avenues a student has when they come into the country for getting a diploma, and also what our legislative priority is, and explain clearly what the waiver is that we're asking for. Through the chair.
Who will be responding? Ms. Diaz?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. I will speak to the academic parts, and Ms. Fazino can speak to the platform, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So What the statute allows for is ESOL students that have been here less than 2 years, that have entered after August 1st of their 11th grade. If they have met all of the other graduation requirements, it allows for it's an alternate pathway, so 2 additional types of assessments that non-ELL less than 2 years would not be able to utilize. So for us, they may utilize the HMH reading inventory, like the Read 180 reading inventory, or the access for ELLs, and it can be taken at any point during those 2 years. So if they have a qualifying score on one of those, they would utilize that as a concordant, like a non-ELL might use an SAT score or an ACT score.
Thank
Okay.
you. Through the chair, would anybody be able to answer
Yes,
the
part two.
difference between what we have now and the waiver that we're proposing for legislative priority?
Yes, ma'am. So currently, under additional issues in our legislative program, we have provide a waiver for the passage of the English language arts requirements for ELL students who have passed all other high school graduation requirements and have been enrolled in school less than 2 consecutive years. The intent for the establishment of a waiver process, separate and apart from the other avenues that you've heard, is really to create an opportunity for a waiver when there are other extenuating circumstances. It would be a one-off basis where we know that we have children coming to us from across the globe from in a series of different conditions. As you said, many of them are gifted and have other issues. So there is an avenue, an alternative pathways avenue to meet the requirements. However, we recognize that some of these young people are over age and have other issues. So it is an opportunity to address other potential extenuating circumstances. And again, it is identified as one of the board's additional issues in the legislative program.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and
Yes.
that clarifies a lot for me. So I just wanted to, and for the listening public, I wanted to just have that clarified. So thank you, and thank you to the maker of the item. I do, appreciate the intent behind it, but I do have, from a philosophical standpoint, for the reasons that I just said, some issues with the students. I really truly believe that we, giving the students the world, have to do everything in our power to provide them with every opportunity to be as proficient as possible. It doesn't mean that they're gonna, in 2 years to become proficient is extremely difficult, but as proficient as possible in the English language, so that is not a barrier for what they can achieve. So thank you, Madam Chair, and those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Yes, Board Member Santos?
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Colucci, for highlighting. We did discuss in committee the 2 alternatives with the access and the HMH Lexal opportunities that I'm really grateful for that the state has put in place recently. These are very new, recent developments. I would like to, as a student who came here, was an ESOL language learner, and then, very quickly went through the program. And seeing the 21,000 students from last year and the 13,000 before in our schools day in and day out, it is very evident to me that I don't think anyone in this district is going to slow down on teaching those students English, because that is exactly what we want them to do. And that is exactly why, to begin, I limited this item to within 2 years of graduation, because we know that even the brightest student, hardest working teacher may have a hard time achieving the proficiency even in the alternatives that are provided today. If, for example, you arrive within 5 years of 5 months of graduation, of your graduation date. So what the waiver allows for is actually, I think, even, if I use sort of the logic that's been presented, it actually allows people with extenuating circumstances to just opt out completely. And for me, it's more important that we keep our students engaged in their education, and that instead of being able to just opt out, which I'm totally fine leaving as an additional issue in our legislative agenda, that they are working and continue to work to proving their proficiency and stay engaged in their studies, and that they have a pathway to achieve that high school diploma so that they are able to have the rest of the world available to them. Because what ends up being the case is that for some of those students who arrive later, right, so close to graduation, they are sometimes limited to a GED, which opens many doors of opportunity, but if they aren't able to push for that diploma, it does close some doors. And we want every student to have the choice of the world, not be sort of put into one category or the other. And that's why I felt like both could be Part A and Part B of giving students opportunity.
Thank you. Board
Thank-
Member Colucci?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I totally understand your philosophy behind it, and I do, appreciate the thought given to this, because it's a very philosophical issue, and it's something that, as a board, I'm glad that we're having this discussion, and I'm glad you brought it to the forefront, so thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm the only other one who signed up for this item. And so I want to, first and foremost, thank you. You also wanted to speak. Okay, thank you. I want to thank you for bringing this item forth. Of course, as a former ESOL teacher for many years, I made many comments at committee, and I'm going to be much briefer this time because they've already been listened to, and I'm glad that you did follow up with the revisions that we see on page 1. The only, though, issue there is that I saw that the language revised on page 1 should also be included in the action proposed, and it is not in the proposed language, which is the one that counts. And so that's something that I say all the time. I learned that from Dr. Stinson when I first became an administrator. And those of us that work with Dr. Stinson know that he would always say, you can put whatever you want in the body. That's great. But what counts is what is in the recommend. And so therefore, I don't see it in the recommend. So that is, one of the recommendations that I have. I did not see where the current language that we have in the 2024 state legislative program is not a priority proposal. So I think that if we have both proposals aligned as priorities, then we might be able to accomplish what we're all looking for, which is supporting our ELL students. So therefore, at this time, I would like to make a motion because I also heard Board Member Colucci, and I understand exactly where you are as well. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion for possible consideration, which I think might get us all where we would like to be. And that is that the school board of Miami-Dade County, Florida, direct the superintendent of schools to include the use of native language assessments for newcomers who enroll within 2 years of their graduation date in the board's MDCPS 2024 legislative priority program. In addition, and in alignment to the district's approved and current accountability and assessment 2024 state legislative program as a priority, which incorporates language to, quote, provide a waiver from the passage of the English Language Arts, the ELA, requirements for ELL students who have passed all other high school graduation requirements and have been enrolled in school less than 2 consecutive years. I did make some copies of the proposed language. I see how my colleagues feel.
Second.
You could pass this on both sides.
I'll second it.
You'll second it? Okay, well, then great. It goes faster. Thank you. Now it's up for discussion. Okay, anyone? Dr. Gallon, sir?
Through the chair, I want to, first of all, thank the maker of the item and thank the members of the board for their engaging discussion in committee regarding this critically important issue. We often talk about our obligation to provide as many opportunities to our students as we can. This is an opportunity to expand a pathway with a discrete population of students. I know there has been some discussion relative to the high school experience. I was a high school principal. I was an elementary school principal, so I know how invaluable this is. I had some additional comments to make, but I must say, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for this motion because the fulcrum of my comments, if anybody was looking at my notes that I wrote out, I always try to get us to an either, not an either or, but a both and. I think this motion that has been moved and seconded satiates some level of collaboration, some level of comfort on the part of all of our colleagues. And at the end of the day, we want to establish that level of consensus, that level of collaboration in a manner that benefits all of our students. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge some of the inquiries that I got from many of my constituents, specifically in the Haitian community. They were very, very excited about this potential opportunity. Definitely, I mentioned in committee a student specifically who was my student of the month from Joella Good, who was an ESOL student and now was tested into gifted, and we have that affirmed by the comments made by Board Member Colucci that language is not an indication of intellectual capacity, and we know that fully well. This, again, represents an ask of the state. We don't know where it will go. We've been asking for a number of things for years and years and years, but I do know a good book say you have not because you ask not. And I think we have an obligation, and this does provide an opportunity, Board Member Santos and colleagues, for us to ask on behalf, even if it was on one student, 10 students, 1,000 students. We have an obligation and an opportunity to ask for additional opportunities for pathways for our students when we have a chance to. This is in alignment with the Every Student Success Act plan, which has been adopted by 31 states throughout the country, including the District of Columbia. And although there are 50 states and more than half incorporate this, I think we're very unique, being the third largest school district and one with a highly diverse student population, specifically a highly population with students based on different language backgrounds. So again, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for this motion. Board Member Santos seconded before I could, and I appreciate the feedback, and I think this again gets us to where we need to be. I always try to get us to not an either or, but a both and. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board Member Santos, and I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gallon. Board Member Vice Chair Espino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board Member Santos, for bringing this forward. Certainly, like many, if not all of us on this board, our districts have had a recent influx of Spanish-speaking or other language-speaking students in our classrooms. It's been a struggle for our classes, for our students, and as we adjust to the perfect storm that our board chair has so eloquently said to many news outlets, this is another measure in that. I have to echo Board Member Colucci's sentiments, though. Obviously, students are coming in that need to learn English despite having proficiency in their native language. There is a propensity to think that they are falling short. Obviously, they have a language barrier to overcome and that gap to jump. But certainly, it is in that struggle that they strive for that goal of proficiency in English. And what I would, as an alternative for exigent circumstances, certainly that is laudable, and I think it's something that's appropriate. But this should be the exception and not the rule, because we want our children to master that proficiency, and we want them to strive for that. So, obviously, what we send to Tallahassee and what comes back may be two different things. So, certainly willing to support it right now and see how that comes back from Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Blanco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Board Member Santos for being open to the motion that Chair Rojas mentioned. because that was something that I had some concerns with when I saw the revision, but didn't see it in the recommend. And then just something that we discussed, in committee, that I think we also need to consider, and that's why I wanted to make sure that language was in the recommend, that this is not in place of, this is and for the waiver. As we discussed, we have over 100 languages spoken from some of our students in this county, over 100. I think we were at over 150, right? And so it'll probably be impossible for the state to have so many assessments and that many languages. So thank you for being open to that motion, and at the appropriate time, I'd like to co-sponsor.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right. At this time then, do I hear a motion for any additional co-sponsors to the item?
Move it.
All right, is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, do I hear a motion to approve the item as
Move it.
amended? Is there, okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Now we go to H11. I'm going to continue. I know it's a little bit past 5 o'clock. This is the time we have the superintendent's items, but I want to finish with the H items right now, and we will move through them as quickly as we can. H11 is homework assistance, and this was co-sponsored by myself, by Mr. Robert Alonso, by Ms. Lucia Baez-Geller, Dr. Dorothy Bendros-Mendengal, Ms. Mari Blanco, Dr. Steve Gallon III, and Ms. Luisa Santos. I do not have any public speakers to address this at this time. Board Member Colucci, please present your item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And basically, this item is to, and I'll just read the recommend. It's about Pop and Prep, which is our online homework assistance program that the district offers from the hours of 4 to 8 o'clock p.m. And students can sign up to get a 30-minute session in various subject areas by a fully certified teacher from our district. So it's an innovative program. It's something that's available to parents that are busy, that perhaps don't have the time because they're, working or cooking dinner, or just don't understand the assignment that the student has. And the student can meet with a teacher and ask them questions. They have a half an hour session to do this. I think and it also provides assistance in the native language, in Spanish and Creole. So I think that the recommend states, first and foremost, to evaluate the efficacy and impact of Pop and Prep, and if determined to be effective, explore the feasibility of extending the hours and days available for students to receive homework assistance, while also expanding the courses in which students can receive support. Also, it explore the feasibility of increasing the number of teachers providing homework assistance to students, particularly for advanced level courses, and present the results at the Academics Innovation Evaluation Technology Committee meeting of Wednesday, November 7th, 2023. And that is the item. I'm open for any questions or comments anybody has. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, and I have Vice Chair who signed up for this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, it was for co-sponsorship. I just want to add that, in our ongoing conversations about proficiency, providing tutoring and additional support is going to get our kids there, and the kids that want it, they should be available. So when ready, I'm ready to co-sponsor.
Thank you very much. I don't have anyone else that signed up. Dr. Gowan, sir?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Board Member Colucci for this item. I think anytime we have an opportunity to make assessments and evaluate programs and strategies that are in place, I think we have a professional, moral, fiduciary, ethical responsibility to take a look at the effectiveness and the impact. So I think this really gets to the heart of that. I know there was some discourse regarding a myriad of homework support structures and systems in place, but obviously this has been one that's been in the district for quite some time, so I'm looking forward to the outcome. Through the chair, I just have a few questions that maybe staff can answer, just 3 succinct questions. What is the current cost structure relative to this particular program that we have in place? Through the chair.
Go ahead. Ms. Diaz?
Thank you. Through the chair, we're currently funding it with ESSER dollars.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I didn't ask through the chair the funding source. I meant the funding structure in terms of the cost per student, per school, per access point. What is the cost structure relative to this particular program?
Through the chair, my apologies, Dr. Gallen, I do not have that information at my fingertips, but we can certainly provide that as part of the follow-up. To date, the numbers have been escalating, so those numbers would fluctuate as more students participate.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
And I think that's the fulcrum of my question, because is the cost structure predicated on utilization? Is it predicated on per pupil? Is it a fixed cost when you start to discuss and contemplate escalating participation? Does that result in escalating cost? So when I'm asking about the cost structure, what is the cost, even if you don't have the number, what is the structure? What is the arrangement relative to how costs are accumulated? Through the chair.
Through the chair, thank you for providing that clarification. I can expand a little more. So we hire based on the usage. So as the usage escalates, we monitor daily and weekly, and as sessions begin to fill and more sessions are needed, then we add them. We add more teachers. So if when the school year begins, the usage is low because perhaps not as much homework is being assigned, or students are learning about the program and kind of working out their schedule. As the school year progresses, we get more and more usage. And so based on previous year utilization, we anticipate and budget moving forward. So we have, because the teachers are virtual, as are the students, we have quite a bit of flexibility in adding sessions as needed and in the grade levels or subjects where they are needed, and removing some for perhaps where there's less usage.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
How long has the program been in place?
I believe this is the second full year. We're into the second full year.
And do we have any initial data relative to its track record here in the district at this particular point, or this will be the first time visa the item proffered by Board Member Colucci?
Through the chair, we can provide usage for all of last year, usage rates.
Through the chair, I guess, was there any evaluation at the onset of the program's implementation to see the impact, or is usage rate the sole metric for impact?
Through the chair, usage is primarily the metric because as students, it's an on-demand. It's not a consistent type of tutoring or intervention. It's just on-demand homework help. So a student may use it only once. Another student may use it 30 times. And it varies based on their assignments, their need, their ability to comprehend the different material. We can provide metrics, duplicated student use, unduplicated student use, and that would give us a measure of the popularity and the impact of the program.
Thank you. And my last question through the chair is, do we have any demographic data relative to utilization? Where are the high pockets of utilization and where there's a dearth of utilization? Do we have any demographic data relative to that? Because one of the things I think we always want to do is target where the actual need is, and is there a nexus where there's schools that are underperforming, where there are high pockets of poverty, where there are ELL populations that are high? I mean, where are the utilization rates higher than others? Do we have any demographic data relative to that?
Through the chair, again, I do not have it at my fingertips, but because the students log in through Clever and we have their IDs, we can backtrack where they are coming from, what schools and what usage. We do know that primarily the use is in the elementary grades, and we're trying to augment our offerings in high school to have more takers in that particular age group.
Thank you. I'm interested in that. Definitely, I would like to get some of that information for District 1 to see what that looks like. And I do want to once again thank you, Board Member Colucci, not simply as a policymaker, but also as a parent. I think if this is a resource that's available, I want to really gauge the utilization, provide an opportunity for access, but more importantly, not expand something or not continue something that does not have the impact that we seek. So I thank you for this item. I'm looking forward to the results that come in. And again, as you augment the response, Ms. Diaz, some of that demographic data is critically important for me to at least know who and who's using it and where are they, through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Colucci?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Gallen. Those were excellent questions, and those were questions that I intended to have to be looked at through the impact and the efficacy, because before expanding anything, we have a responsibility to see if there is impact and if it is working. So those are excellent questions, and I'm looking forward to having that data collected as well before we move forward with anything. I think it's a wonderful, innovative idea. I think it's a wonderful program, but we do, we have a fiduciary responsibility to really examine that and look at the impact and the efficacy of the program. So thank you for those excellent questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Board Member Colucci. Mr. Superintendent, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm, so we had a very good conversation at committee regarding this program, and right as we spoke during committee, we took immediate action. There's been a video that has been produced. Mr. Mateo did a great job. It's an easy video that will be, in fact, it has been already distributed to teachers, and I wanted to make sure that all of our employees had it, because they can be the voice of promoting the program. So to your point of access, Dr. Ganlon, want to make sure that we amplify this significantly, and we are going to also forward the video via our communications department. So employees, teachers, we're recommending that we're asking that all principals also show the video at faculty meetings so that there is enough understanding of the program and making sure that it's distributed throughout, and that there is plenty of awareness of how useful it is and the type of interaction that it provides, K-12, multiple languages. So we really are wanting to make a full effort that the program is very, very well known throughout. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I have Dr. Gallen very quickly on your response, and then I have our student advisor and another board member who also wants to speak. And after this, I thought I could get through the H items faster, but we do have very good conversation and discourse that has to take place. So therefore, what I will do once we finish with H11, we're going to go to the A superintendent's items, and then we will return to H12. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, I'll yield to the student and my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Board Member Santos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The student advisor signed up to speak, so I'd like to let her go first.
All right. All right, Ms. Ranisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd first like to thank Board Member Colucci for proffering this item. Pop and Prep has made significant strides in providing extra assistance for our students in homework. I would like to make a recommendation for the Academics, Innovation, Evaluation, and Technology Committee once they convene in the next couple weeks, to also expand the courses that are provided to SAT tutoring as well. This is something that I have heard a lot from my students. A lot of the seniors, they always say that their extracurriculars, their GPA, their grades are always up to par, but the one thing that could really boost their college applications is their SAT scores. So that would be, a great way to help them with that assistance. And also providing the SAT tutoring would also help our students with higher scores to qualify for great scholarships towards their college education, like the National Merit Scholarship Program, which is based on their PSAT score, as well as merit scholarships given by their respective colleges that they get accepted to. Thank you.
All right, Board Member Santos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I talked on this item in committee, so I will echo my colleague's sentiments. I really want to thank Board Member Calucci for bringing this item. As I said earlier with that interventions initiative on E201, this is exactly the type of practice we should be making, uniform for all of our initiatives, is really evaluating our outcomes, making sure we're clear from the beginning about what we're seeking to achieve by way of student proficiency, student outcomes, whether that's grades, testing, et cetera. We can decide on that, but I really love the proactive, strategic, and data-driven approach to our academic initiatives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gallen, sir.
Yeah, just a comment through the chair. The comment I wanted to make, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Superintendent. My concern will always be whether it's this or any other resource, specifically resources that are geared toward learning. I see this as a resource that's analogous to an academic life vest. But when I start to look at or hear or inquire, I want us to make sure that it's getting to the students and the families that are academically underwater. So it's no value to have something that can save the academic lives of students and families, but it's not getting to them. So I'm glad to hear that you're making that push, because I can tell you there's a gap in terms of knowledge about this that is impacting utilization, and a lack of utilization could be something that is being squandered. And if it's squandered from a fiscal standpoint, that will be obviously problematic to each and every one of us as responsible fiduciaries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, I just want to say thank you to Board Member Calucci on an outstanding item. I think this is great for our students and for everyone involved. But I also want to make sure that I reiterate something I said in committee, that is parents. This needs to be communicated with our parents, maybe via PTA, PTSA, PTOs, because we have so many families that might not be aware that they have this, especially with now having, 21,000 new immigrant students who came into our school district last year, plus the 13,000 more or less that came in the year prior from other countries, that have no idea what our system is like and don't understand what available options are out there to assist them and their children in acclimating to not only the country, but to be able to help them with their homework assignments and everything else. So I hope that that becomes part of the response when we get that back from you, Mr. Superintendent, sir. All right, so do I hear a motion for any additional co-sponsors? All right, that would be Mr. Espino. Thank you. Do I have a second? All in favor? All right, thank you. Do I hear a motion to approve the item as amended? Do I have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. We will come back to H12. Right now, we are going to go to the superintendent's informational reports to the board on selected topics. And the exact time is 5:23 p.m. Mr. Superintendent, you will be talking to us today about the Blue Ribbon Schools and about the United States News and World Report Best Ranking High Schools. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair. I know you're very timely with your board meeting, so I really appreciate the interruption of the H item in the meantime. And I'm very proud because today...
I'm sorry, sir, before you speak, I do see that I have one speaker who did sign up prior to your presentation, and that would be Ms. Carla Hernandez-Matz. Is she here? Okay, so then she's the only speaker that I have, Mr. Superintendent, so go ahead then with your presentation, sir. Oh, no, there she is. There's Ms. Hernandez-Matz, right on time.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, or actually good evening to everybody. Vice Chair, board members, and Mr. Superintendent. My name is Carla Hernandez-Matz. I'm the president of United Teachers of Dade, and I'm here today as we celebrate our A1 item, all the successes that students have. We want to make sure that we also support the hard work of our teachers. MDCPS students continue to outperform, and we know this. They outperform all around the state and the nation because of our highly effective staff. And so I feel obliged this evening to discuss two things. Number one, even though everyone here is proud of our student performance data, administration has proposed to lower the percentage of teachers designated as highly effective. We find this proposal contrary to the data and successes that we are celebrating here today. Based on our student performance, our teachers' performance ratings should be above the state average. This means that more teachers should be rated as highly effective instead of the current proposal with a lower number. Second, our past performance is based on our ability to utilize a wide array of instructional resources in the classroom. We have seen recent board items that limit resources and limit free exchange of ideas in our classrooms. And we suggest to you that, with everything that we know could negatively impact students' performance over time, that we do not support, and we know that, we do not support indoctrination of inappropriate materials to our students or introduction of it. But we caution that the current political environment that includes book banning, such as titles from The Hill We Climb by Amanda Gorman, is not conducive to continued high achievement by our students. So while we're here to celebrate, we caution you that there are certain things that are being proposed and being talked about and even being piloted in our schools that could cause our students not to have the high successes and achieve the academic performances that they're currently achieving in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Superintendent, sir.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll try one more time. Thank you very much. So today is a great day. We're going to be celebrating schools that have been designated as National Blue Ribbon Schools. And also, we're going to be celebrating schools that have had high rankings in the U.S. News and World Report rankings. And I would love for the board members, if you could please come to the front and kind of recognize our leaders that really lead these incredible schools and backed by phenomenal, phenomenal teachers. So if you could kindly join them as they're recognized, we're going to hand them a certificate of recognition, and then, of course, we'll take a picture with them as well. Thank you. Okay, so we'll start with the U.S. Department of Education's National Blue Ribbon Schools program. Recognizes schools based on their overall academic excellence or their progress in closing achievement gaps among student subgroups. And each year, the U.S. Department of Education nominates outstanding schools for this award. For the 2023 program, 2 schools in our school district have been recognized for these incredible awards. First, we start with a school that has become a beacon of academic excellence and innovation, driven by a unique collaboration between our district and Florida International University. It is a model for innovative educational partnerships. It embodies excellence through its academic rigor and real-world readiness and collaborative ethos. This school is massed FIU Biscayne Bay campus, massed at FIU. Being led, and it is led by Mr. Sarmiento, the principal. Next, we have a school that serves as an international community of students who come from all over the world and speak many languages. It's a vibrant global learning community with an international studies program offering French, German, and Spanish language instruction. This school is Sunset Elementary School, led by Ms. Arimon. Madam Chair, would you like to, Madam Chair? You were trying to tell me something, what should I say? Oh, no clapping, please. All right. Okay. So next, okay, one more picture. Congratulations to our two Blue Ribbon schools. And I know the schools and the principals and teachers will be recognized in Washington, D.C. shortly. Thank you again. Next, we will be recognizing the schools that have been selected among the best in the nation and the state by U.S. News and World Report. And I must mention that 9 of our schools have been recognized among Florida's top 20 schools, which means that 45% of the best high schools in Florida are in our school district. We start first with a school that stands as, again, a beacon of excellence in the field of marine and environmental science education, instilling a deep sense of stewardship for our planet's precious natural resources. This school is ranked 17th in Florida, and it's led by Principal Dr. Kadian Coleman, Mast Academy. Next is a school that is nationally recognized with 3 specialized academies, fostering academic excellence and global citizenship through rigorous academic and environmental education. This school is ranked 18th in Florida, and it is led by Mr. Jose Cervin, Terra Environmental Research Institute. Next, a school dedicated to empowering young women through a rigorous academic program, leadership development, and a supportive learning environment. This school is ranked 14th in Florida and is led by Ms. Sylvia Tarafa, Young Women's Preparatory Academy. Oh, the five, okay. Ms. Tarafa, of course, is not present today, so we have the assistant principal, Mr. Pfeiffer, present. Next, ranked in 13th position in Florida's best high schools, this school is at the forefront of digital learning, offering innovative technology-driven education that empowers students to excel in the digital age. This school is led by Ms. Barbara Soto Pujadas, and it is for iPrep Academy. And today we have, representing the school, Assistant Principal, Mr. Bonachea. Next, we have a school that offers a global perspective on education, emphasizing language proficiency and cultural understanding to prepare students for a connected and multicultural world. It is ranked 12th in Florida and led by Dr. Alina Diaz Blanco. The school is International Studies Preparatory Academy, ISPA. A school that fosters academic excellence and is thematically tied to scientific and mathematical research and the application of the sciences. A school that holds the 10th position in the state, led by Mr. Jose Enriquez Jr., Jose Martin Mast, 6 through 12 Academy. Congratulations. Next, a school that is known for innovative curriculum and nurturing creative talents, preparing students for successful careers in the design and architectural fields. The school is ranked 9th in Florida and is led by Dr. Maggie Rodriguez, and the school is, of course, DASH, Design and Architecture Senior High School. And the next school was already also recognized as a Blue Ribbon school. However, the school is also holds the 5th spot in the Florida ranking of high schools. And again, the school is masked at FIU, led by Mr. Roberto Sarmiento. And by the way, Mr. Sarmiento is the new principal at the school, former assistant principal at the same school. And the next school, and if these recognitions don't represent why we are the best choice, then we have our next school. A school that is known for its rigorous academic programs and consistently ranks among the top educational institutions in the country, this school has secured the remarkable position of number 1 in Florida and number 3 in the nation, led by Principal Dr. Omar Monteagudo, the School for Advanced Studies. To recognize leaders, schools, and the teachers that truly are doing a phenomenal job in each and every one of these schools. This concludes our A1 presentation, Madam Chair. Sure, thank you. All right. I guess I'm being asked to ask the blue ribbon school recipients to also join us for one final picture.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dotres. That was a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to be able to recognize everyone. Please, I'm going to proceed now, so I need silence in the room right now, please. We're going to continue with our meeting. So, Dr. Dotres, on behalf of the board, I thank you for making sure that all of these amazing leaders, as well as the members of their team, because it's a whole team, it's not just about one person, but that those schools were recognized for their hard work and their commitment to giving our students the world and to excelling over and beyond the call of duty. So thank you so very much. And now we are going to go back to H12. H12 is progress monitoring of strategic plan outcomes. And from last week's committee meeting, Mr. Robert Alonso, Ms. Lucia Baez-Skiller, Dr. Dorothy Bendros-Mendengal, and Dr. Steve Gallen III co-sponsored the item. I do not have any public speakers at this time. However, I do have board members that have signed up, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I have Board Member Blanco.
Madam Chair, should I present my item?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Good idea. Yes, Board Member Santos, please present your item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. We had a discussion in committee, which I really appreciated from all of my colleagues. I brought in significant changes to the action recommend to ensure that, as I agreed to in committee, verbally, that the action recommend reflected the language we included to provide for a mid-year update. By March of each year, we went back and looked at the data and saw when every month of when data is available, and to give staff, ample time to ensure they could process that data, landed on March as the mid-year update. And really, this is to ensure that we continue to have ongoing conversation on our strategic plan, which of course is the stated objectives that we've all agreed to as a board and as a district. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I would like to ask Board Member Blanco, who signed up.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to take this opportunity to thank Board Member Santos for listening and making some of the changes and some of the things that came up in committee. I do just have a couple additional questions, mostly because, when we look at the recommend, we're looking to initiate changing board policy. And so I just take that very seriously, and I want to ask a couple questions to get some clarification. One of the things that I wanted to ask is, what is the intent in getting the quarterly updates and then the mid-year? Are we looking to just gather information, or do we want to have an opportunity to engage the mid-year with the superintendent and with staff about those results through the chair?
Thank you. Through the chair, as discussed in committee, the language provides for quarterly updates optionally, but it actually only dictates a mid-year. So if the superintendent chooses to provide, a quarterly touch point in between, absolutely, is more than welcome to, as he does at any point in time, right, when he wishes to. But the update would be to provide for that mid-year touch point, transmittal of data, the appropriate committee, so that transmittal report, so that the board can review where we're at. Simply get a transmittal of an update of where we're at.
Okay, so through the chair, the intent is more for us to get information, or also have the opportunity to engage in discussion with the superintendent, with cabinet, about the information that has been presented to us through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, the language in the recommend is an update, so it's just a transmittal of information. Of course, we always have the option to, in any committee, to ask any questions we want. So if the board did have questions, they could ask at any point during new business, but this is a transmittal of information.
Okay, thank you. I also just wanted to, and I'm not sure through the chair if this is for Santos or maybe somebody from staff. My only concern when we look at the mid-year, I know and I think it was shortly after I came on board in January, we had a workshop to review some of the data. And so I'm just trying to anticipate and wonder, will a board meeting be enough time for that mid-year update? Or is this something where we may need to consider a workshop? And it's just a concern that I have. I don't know how it would work out, so I don't even know that anybody necessarily has the answer. But it's just a concern I have. And I just wanted to express that, and any comments you might have through the chair would be helpful.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair, it's really, I'm leaving it pretty open-ended. The report is transmitted, but and really only the superintendent's office would know how long they might anticipate something would take. And we always have the option, to have a longer discussion, but really it will be up to us as the board how many questions we have, but it's pretty open-ended so that there's flexibility for the team.
Okay, are you satisfied? All right, thank you very much. All right, Board Member Gowan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, I want to also echo the sentiments of Board Member Blanco with respect to some of the concerns that were expressed, and Board Member Santos, you made the appropriate revisions. Through the chair, I was very, very adamant about the onerous nature of potentially providing for quarterly updates. We did have an opportunity to discuss the staffing capacity, but one of the key points that I wanted to cite that was very salient in the amendment that was made at committee is as appropriate and as determined by the superintendent. I wanted that to really point out when we provided that language. He would be in a position to make that determination, and I think it's important through the chair to give some context to how we kind of got here. Circa 2 years ago, we learned through an item that I proffered that the district strategic plan, there went a period where the Miami-Dade County Public Schools, the nation's fourth largest school district in the nation, had a strategic plan that had lapsed. There was no monitoring, there was no measurement, there was no real platform for getting feedback. With the support of my colleagues, the unanimous support of my colleagues at the time, I proffered an item, colleagues, to establish school board policy to make sure that that does not happen again. That prior to the conclusion of the strategic plan, I think it was 6 months prior to, that we begin the process, because it is not just about a document, it's about a fluid process that involves engagement, stakeholder input, and again, monitoring, measuring, and as you indicated, Board Member Blanco, an opportunity to get feedback. But in this amendment that was proffered and accepted, I didn't see this, and I still don't see it, as something that calls for a requisite presentation. We kind of deviated from some of the presentations that we would do very frequently, and now you see transmittals, you see at the end of a committee an update in writing where there's an opportunity to ask questions, but I think it's critically important that we monitor the progress, because what we have found is that as the year culminates, that can be very onerous. And credit to the limited staff that oversees this work, and I appreciate the recommend to, because I think each of us was somewhat vexed at the limited number of team members that really have to coordinate and supervise this particular process. So I'm looking forward to some feedback in that regard. So I think it's an excellent practice. I not only say that as a lifelong educator, education leader, but even in the private work that I do, this is a best practice not to have something that's not monitored. We all know what gets monitored gets done, and I think we can lead by example as a board. We have our teachers, our principals, our district staff, whether it's school improvement planning, whether it's lesson planning, whether it's quarterly assessment, whether it's PM1, PM2, PM3, our students. I think the board will move closer in terms of building some mechanisms for accountability to the board, some transparency in the discussion, and more importantly, some enhanced impact on outcome. So I'm very pleased with the changes that were made. I want to thank the maker of the item, and we still have an opportunity through rulemaking to make some adjustments as they bring first reading, second reading, if there are some things we can make some adjustments to. But I want to definitely thank the maker of the item and look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Board Member Calucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the maker of the item, I just want to thank you for making the appropriate amendments as we discussed in committee and listening to our input. I do agree that as a board, we need to monitor our strategic plan. It's crucial that we see that we're making the appropriate strides in what we're trying to achieve. And I'm very comfortable with the fact that the quarterly is based on determined by the superintendent. So with that, I can support the item. Thank you for making those changes, and those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Do I have anyone else who wants to speak? right? With that said, I too want to thank the maker of the item for listening carefully to recommendations that were made at committee and for making the changes that are now in front of us. I'm still not convinced with the rulemaking portion because I believe that before we start rulemaking, we have to find out, is this something that is going to work? Is it not? Is it something that we have to revisit? And so once the board, takes action, this action must be followed by the SOUP. So that is the one part that I'm still concerned about, because I think it's way too early at this point to initiate rulemaking. I also had the concern, and I stated this, that quarterly assessments might be not applicable to everything. Why? Because many of the objectives that we have are annual assessments. You can't do them, even if you want to prior to. I'm all for monitoring, and I'm all for making sure that we are reviewing all the information that is readily available to us. But that was another area that I did have a concern about, but you did put as appropriate for the superintendent to make that determination. So that's one that, I'm happy to see, because that way the superintendent will be able to determine which, if it is appropriate or not to bring any or to bring many of them. I don't know. And also on recommend number 2, and we all talk about it, that, we're very limited in human capital, and this is a lot of work for a very small department. However, we have to also keep in mind that we all have many items that we bring that deal with IT, that deal with, financial services, that deal with human capital, maintenance, so on and so forth. And just want to be sure that, we are very cognizant of the fact that we cannot expect to have more people, put into those departments so that some of these requirements can be fulfilled. So those were my concerns. Again, the main one is really the rulemaking issue. I am fully supportive of the other part, as I said, and of the changes you made, leaving it up to the superintendent to deem if necessary or not, if it's appropriate or not. But the rulemaking, I think, is something that we could, we should definitely wait to see the outcome of what works and what doesn't work. And those are just my, my opinions on this particular item. But I thank you very much for listening carefully to many of the areas that we address at committee. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I didn't have an opportunity to discuss this item during committee as I was not there, but I certainly want to echo some of your sentiments about initiating rulemaking. This is something that we'll be doing new, and so I'm happy to advance it today and evaluate it when it comes in the policy format. But what is it that we're formalizing, right? What is the, we don't have an exact process. We don't, we're kind of gelling as a board over the course of this last year. So I'm apprehensive about formalizing a process that we might have to say, well, this is not really working, let's adjust it, and we got to adjust it again. I certainly support evaluating our performance as a district against our strategic plan, because that's the whole point of a strategic plan. I am apprehensive about having quarterly reports that now require remediation as we get to another quarterly report, and it just becomes like a game, like swinging from vine to vine like Tarzan, from report to report to report, when in effect, the idea is for this to be an ongoing process that we're living as an administration, as a board. So those are the concerns I have, where I don't, in the same way that we don't like to teach our kids to a test, I don't want us to govern the district from report to report. I mean, it's our job overall as a board to constantly be evaluating the matrix that is our strategic plan, and I know that the superintendent and his administration does the same thing on an ongoing basis. So those are my my two concerns. I'm happy to advance it today and approve it from my perspective, but I'm going to be looking at how this comes back to us.
Thank you. Dr. Bendros Mendengo.
Yes, Madam Chair. I know we have a good number of viewers and listeners, and I want to ask this question again that was asked in committee. How many people do we have in this department?
Who will be responding? Mr. Superintendent? All right.
Good evening. Through the chair, in the Office of Strategic Planning and Initiatives, people specific to just this work around the strategic planning, that number would be 2.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping through the chair that the audience heard that, because we do require quite a bit, and it always gets done. I'm a little bit concerned about not over asking, because that's our job, but what we want to do is make sure that some of the brightest and best people that we have, I just hope we don't go overboard. That's what I'm hoping. And to the maker of this item, I know you study long and you study hard. Very pleased with your actions, recommends, but I want to, of course, have it known, put on record, that that is my concern. If we had more people, I probably wouldn't even have that concern. But I know I might not, I would want you to know that I do call on these people personally. And they never, ever, ever don't come through. So I'm very proud of them, but I want to make sure that what we look for and what we get, of course, is something that we expect. Our expectations are high. So I would want to make sure that when we come back for January 2024, that we at least know exactly what happens in that department. Maybe that's what I should do. Sit down with the people in that department and see what they do. Not that I don't think you do a lot, because I know you do. So maybe that's what I will do. Not maybe, I will. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Gallen, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to follow up on a few comments. I know it's not my item, but I'll take a page out of a colleague's comments years ago. Once the item comes before the Assembly, it belongs to the Assembly. And I was very thoughtful in committee when I made the recommendation for the amended language, of which we had some consensus on, but I want to just be very clear for the listening public relative to what we're discussing here. The initiating of rulemaking is not to initiate a process. It's very, very lucid in what it's stipulating. What it's initiating a rulemaking for is a requirement. And there's one requirement, and that is to provide a mid-year update relative to what I described in a district across the country as the strategic plan being the engine of the organization. A strategic plan is the engine of the organization. It tells you where you're going, how many miles you need, how far you've progressed, whether you need to take a detour, or whether you need to abandon the trip. And that's the only provision outlined in the rulemaking step. And I want to thank the Vice Chair, because he was correct. Through rulemaking, we have several bites to have a discussion regarding this. So any misunderstanding or representation that this is now establishing a process is incorrect. The rule is only establishing a requirement. Why? Through the chair, because we didn't have number one for an annual update. And as I share with my colleagues relatively new to the board, the strategic plan expired. The Miami-Dade County Public Schools had no strategic plan. So this is another step to move toward implementing the best practices that we can. Secondly, I said it and our chair can recall specifically years ago when we got on the board relative to the success centers and the district's decision to abandon suspensions of students. And I was relatively new to the board, and so was our chair. and I posited it then and I posited it now, that policy drives practice, not the other way around. The board sets policy for practice, and the only practice that is being proffered here is to have a requirement for a mid-year update. The language is flexible as appropriate, no requirement, and again, we have an opportunity to address the language that comes back to us through rulemaking. So I fully support the item. I think it's one of the most exceptional practices that we have. And to the question that Dr. Bendross Mendengal asked publicly, and I thank you for asking that question publicly because we asked it in committee, this provides an opportunity for the superintendent to review staff within existing resources. And he is in the best position to make a determination where staff should go. I know sometimes we have a proclivity to want to wade into that water relative to how many people you have, who you're going to hire, all of those kinds of things, open positions. That is outside of the purview of the board. So what this recommend number 2 is asking him within his purview to review that and to make a determination what's appropriate for his staff, knowing that there is a pathway toward cross-pollination that within the strategic planning framework, departments work across the board. So I just want the public not to, in no shape, form, or fashion, misconstrue what this is. It's not a new process. It's a requirement. It's not an additional, it's not a request for additional staff. It's a review by the superintendent. And again, it is something that pertains to what I've described as the engine of the organization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gallen, and it's great to have this discourse, and everyone has their opinions on how they perceive certain things, and I certainly appreciate that. I personally, though, however, will, for the record, state that I personally believe that we need to find out whether a program is effective or not, whether it's working or not, truly before initiating rulemaking. But that's my, that's how I opine on that particular issue. But with that said, I do appreciate all of the, again, discourse that we are having, because strategic planning is the blueprint for us. And this is what we have for the next 5 years to come. And it's imperative that we do monitor and that we are on top of everything that is happening. And if something is not working, that we remediate it, we address it, we revise it, and we take action whenever it's needed. But as I alluded to earlier, again, there are many objectives that take more than 1 year to accomplish. More than 1 year. Some much more than a quarterly basis, and some even more than mid-year point. But others, as stated by Board Member Santos, would be up to the superintendent to review, determine, and recommend. Maybe there are some quarterly ones that he feels, hey, this really needs to be looked at quarterly, and that would be fine. That is why I was very pleased with your change in the recommend regarding that. I, obviously support the item, although I am not in agreement with the rulemaking portion, but that's my personal opinion on that, and I say it for the record. Thank you very much. And at this time, if you would like to say something else, Board Member Santos?
Sure. Thank you
Yes.
to all my colleagues. I think one thing that's clear from everyone's comments is that everyone truly believes in progress monitoring and truly believes that our strategic plan is our blueprint. We are 3 months away from being in 2024, and that blueprint goes through 2026. So really, it's only 2 years left of that strategic plan, which is certainly, time's flying by. And so I think if there's one thing I've been consistent in since I got on this board, it is the constant centering of evaluating and implementing best practices in governance to move our district forward. And I do believe it is important that we begin the process of that iterative initial reading, final reading, to understand how we implement this in perpetuity, because it's just a best practice, regardless of what plan, regardless of what board, regardless of what superintendent. That's the true intent of the item. So I thank you all for your support and your comments, and look forward to going on this journey together and receiving the first report in March. Thank you.
I don't think I have anyone else that wants to speak on this item at this time. Do I hear a motion? Is there any additional co-sponsorships? Okay. Is there a second? Does anyone? All right. You moved it. Someone has to second it. Yes. Who seconded? All right. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. All right. Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Do I hear a motion to approve the item as amended? All right. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. We now move to H13, lightning detection systems in athletic events. And this was co-sponsored by myself, Mr. Robert Alonso, Ms. Lucia Baez-Geller, Dr. Dorothy Bendros-Mendengal, Ms. Mari Blanco, Ms. Monica Colucci, and Ms. Luisa Santos. I do not have any speakers that have signed up, so Board Member Gallen, sir, this is your item. Please present it at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank all of my colleagues for their co-sponsorship of this item. Chair Maria Rojas, Mr. Robert Alonso in his absence, Ms. Lucia Baez-Geller, Dr. Dorothy Bendros-Mendengal, Ms. Mary Blanco, Ms. Monica Colucci, and Board Member Luisa Santos. This item speaks to lightning detection systems at athletic events. In the context of the item, believe it or not, the nation's third largest district has ownership of certain facilities in addition to our schools, and we know we represent one of the strongest and most successful athletic districts in the country. But first and foremost, to our students' participation, is their safety. Is their safety. I served witness personally at a recent football game in which our process for detecting lightning, I felt, was not as state-of-the-art as it could be. Meaning we don't have an installed system at our facility for the detection of lightning. We know that if you look at various municipalities, parks, and clubs and things of that nature, they're utilizing some of the best technology of many of you may hear in your neighborhood. We don't have that. Our athletic staff at the school level are charged with utilizing an app on their phones to make some determination relative to lightning strikes. This was a grave concern to me. There is some history of loss of life that have vexed many people in this district, individuals on this board, and we know how severe this is. We are looking at this as an opportunity to make that assessment of our district-owned facilities and schools as well, where our student athletes and our band and our students in general participate and explore the feasibility of having an installed, up-to-date, very advanced technology available system to detect lightning to save lives, starting first and foremost with our district-owned facility in which our student athletes compete week in and week out. That's the item, and again, I want to thank all of my colleagues for their support, and if there are any questions, I'll be responsive to those. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gallen. I do have one board member who signed up to speak, Dr. Bendros-Mendengal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having been out there Friday night, all I could think about pretty much was this item. Why? Because we had some wonderful kids out there playing. Nonetheless, the weather was good. So I'm just very happy about that. And Madam Chair, I know you would smile about this. We had those City of Miami firefighters and the county. So I went over to them and thanked them for their service. And they talked to me about this item and what the great need. I had no idea, being that Trash Powell Stadium is in District 2, as you might know, the county commissioner, Marlene Bastian, and I gave out the commissioner's trophy, and it looked really, really good out there, but our children should be priority. The trophies are fine, had a good time doing that, but I was saying I did not know that we didn't have this apparatus to protect our children. Why? Because we put in millions of dollars, maybe last year, year before, and we had great partners to help us. And when I heard about this, I called some coaches who are very good friends, and they said, well, you know, we had to, and our staff, great staff, we had to reschedule or prolong or delay. And I said, oh, because we had no way of knowing what could happen to our children because of the lightning. And I know you have a very personal concern about this, Madam Chair, so I'm not going to continue to talk. I'm not going to continue to talk. But I want to thank you, Steve.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else who signed up. Vice Chair Espino? Okay. Do I hear a motion? Vice Chair Espino would like to co-sponsor, and I don't know if there's anyone else that hasn't that would like to. All right. Second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Motion passes. Do I hear a motion to approve the item as amended? All right. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Gowan, for this very significant item. And with that, we have one more board item for the H's, and that would be H15, School Board Endorsement recognizing October 2023 as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month throughout Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I do not have any speakers that have signed up at this time, so Board Member Bendros-Mendengal, please present your item.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I smile as I get ready to present this, because this comes from one of our very dear friends and former colleagues, Perla Tabadis-Hatman. And Madam Chair, you hustled. I thank you. I thank you, because she would bring this every year. And we hadn't, but we had some great chairs. They look out for members. So let me do this, Madam Chair, quickly. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. You know who I am. I brought this item because it is a topic that touches lives of all around the world. This was an item that our former chair, Perla Tabadis-Hatman, would proffer annually to ensure the recognition of October as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So I decided to bring this item forward because of the symbolic significance. And I've already thanked our chair for approving this good cause item. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It presents a profound commitment to the health and well-being of our community, our students, our staff, and their families. Just think about it. It's difficult to mention October without thinking about the color pink and the meaning behind the color and the ongoing advocacy for early detection and support for those affected. Today, above all else, I would like to stress the importance of breast health. Knowledge is a powerful tool, understanding the risks, signs, and early detection methods that can be saved, lives that can be saved. There are some lovely women just outside that door, sitting at a table with all types of wonderful literature, pens, etc., to write whatever you want, and pens for your lapels. So, the literature that they're offering, please read it. This movement is about so much more than just wearing pink ribbons. It's about taking action, spreading knowledge, and creating a culture of support and care. Thank you for listening. Thank you again, Madam Chair, for allowing this to get noticed and spoken of. And I'll see you on the journey.
Thank you very much, Board Member Bendros Mendengal, for bringing this item forth. This affects so many people, and it doesn't only affect women, it also affects men, which is a misconception because a lot of people feel that it's just for females, but it is not. And I want to sincerely thank our previous board chair, Ms. Perla Tavares-Hammond, because as you stated, she was very committed to this endeavor and brought it to us every single year. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And God willing, this item that you have brought forth will bring awareness and possibly save lives in the process. And that's what this is all about. So thank you so much. And no one has co-sponsored this item because it was a good cause item, but I certainly would like to, so I'd like to make a motion. All right, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes, and now I'd like to ask for a motion for approval, for motion as amended. All right, a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you so much. With all your agenda items being voted on before the board today, we will now move into the public hearing portion. And so I would like to state for the record, the time is 6:21 p.m. And we will now move into the public hearing portion of the meeting. Mr. Harvey, will you please, sir, summarize the procedures that are governing this portion of our meeting? Mr.
Yes.
Harvey, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In order to maintain order and decorum during the public hearing, the board has established decorum policies. The intent of these policies is not to regulate speech or the content thereof, but to provide for the efficient and orderly functioning of the business of the board, to protect the rights of each individual, to protect the rights of the majority to decide, and to protect the rights of the minority to be heard, and to preserve the spirit and harmony within the board and those appearing before the board. The policy and procedures governing today's public hearing are as follows. Pursuant to School Board Policy 0169.1, the purpose of the public hearing portion of the board meeting is to allow the public to address general matters within the board's jurisdiction and not for resolving individual grievances or disputes. The time allotted for the public hearing under school board policy is 90 minutes. The board will not take any official action on any public hearing presentation, but staff may be requested, if appropriate, to take a speaker aside and respond to his or her concerns. Although the purpose of the public hearing is solely to receive public comment and participation, the purpose is not served when citizens become disorderly or disruptive. Accordingly, a speaker's remarks should be directed to the chair or the board as a whole. In accordance with board policy, speakers are prohibited from discussing their own pending court cases, legal claims, complaints filed against the district or district personnel, or other disciplinary matters involving any individual school board employee, as there are other more appropriate forums established for those purposes. In accordance with school board policy, substitutions for scheduled speakers will not be allowed except in exceptional circumstances. Cell phones and other mobile devices should be turned off or placed in silent mode while inside the meeting room. While clapping and applauding is typically allowed and expected for resolutions, honors, and awards, it is prohibited at the public hearing since it disrupts or delays the orderly presentation and efficiency of the meeting. Speakers may not use any form of profanity, loud or abusive comments, intentionally disruptive noises, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support or opposition of a speaker's remarks. Although speakers whose comments are not related to the business of the school district or who make personal attacks or impertinent or slanderous remarks or otherwise engages in boisterous behavior which creates a disturbance or disruption may be ruled out of order and be warned that they must confine their comments to matters related to the school district or be prohibited from speaking further. Campaigning and electioneering on public radio and television are strictly prohibited. Speakers who persist in violating the board's decorum policies may be asked to yield the podium, have the microphone turned off, and will not be permitted to continue to address the board. Finally, I would like to remind public speakers that pursuant to board policy, each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to address the board during the public hearing, and no more than a total of 10 minutes during the entire school board meeting. The green light at the speaker's podium signals 3 minutes, the yellow light signals 30 seconds remaining, and the red light signals that the speakers have exhausted their time. Speakers may not refuse to yield the podium when the chair has advised that their time has expired. Speakers who wish to provide additional comments beyond this time allotted may provide written comments to the board clerk for inclusion of the record of this meeting. Madam Chair, this summarizes the conduct of the public hearing.
That's Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry.
That's all good. Okay, let's get started. Carla Hernandez-Matz, you're up.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair, board members, Mr. Superintendent, and our listening and hearing audience. I'm asking members of United Teachers of Dade to stand in solidarity with me, and allies of United Teachers of Dade to also stand in solidarity with me this evening. Mr. Antonio White has 10 folders that he is passing out. One of them is for Dr. Dotris. The rest of them are for our board members, and I even have one for you, our student advisor, who we're so proud of. There are two items or two issues that I want to talk about today, and I know that my time is limited, so I want you to know that during Mindy's time, she'll continue with whatever we start, and so will Antonio. But all these folks are here today because they want to bring two very important issues up to your attention. Number one, last board meeting, we were appalled by the way that there were people in this room that were disparaging the work that we do, saying or not saying. And so we have a petition that went out. It was signed by over 1,100 members and employees of Miami-Dade County Public Schools. This did not go out to the community. This was to your employees. You have it in that file. And it asks for three things. It asks for, number one, that you publicly denounce the spread of misinformation during public hearing and/or any debates, and recommit to cultivating a welcoming environment for all students, faculty, staff, and the education community. Number two, to implement measures to prevent the dissemination of false information during future school board meetings to maintain a respectful and fact-based dialogue. And number three, to revert and go back to supporting initiatives that promote a safe and welcoming environment. You have that petition, you have copies of the signatures. These are people that work in Miami-Dade County Public Schools and are watching this and are concerned about what is happening and the type of discourse that's taking place and how we're being attacked and not being defended by you, our school board members. And then
Thank
they
you
will
very
read
much.
the resolution that UTD just made.
Mr. Antonio White, you're next, followed by Mindy Grimes.
Good afternoon. I want to take the opportunity to read the resolution that was passed by Executive Board and taken through our Council of Building Stewards unanimously. It's entitled Protecting Educators' Autonomy and Freedom to Teach Accurate History. Whereas the United Teachers of Dade has established that education is a fundamental pillar of a democratic society, and accurate historical education is essential for fostering critical thinking, informed citizenship, and a deeper understanding of our nation's past. And whereas educators play a vital role in shaping the minds of future generations and must have the autonomy and freedom to teach history in a manner that is accurate, comprehensive, and reflective of diverse perspectives. And whereas the study of history should be rooted in scholarship, research, and professional expertise, free from political interference or censorship that distorts the truth and omits significant historical events. And whereas the United States has a history that includes both moments of great triumph and periods of profound injustice, and teaching an accurate and inclusive history is essential for addressing past injustices and building a more equitable society. And whereas state legislatures and educational authorities have introduced bills and policies that seek to limit or control the content of history curricula, often with the intention of promoting a narrow, biased, or sanitized version of history. And I'll bring Mindy Grimes-Fesky up to talk about the resolves.
for my time to start. Resolved that United Teachers of Dade affirms the importance of educators' autonomy and freedom to teach accurate history, free from undue political influence or restrictions. And resolved that UTD supports that history curriculum development and content should be guided by academic experts, historians, and educators with expertise in the field, rather than being subject to political manipulation or pressure. And resolved that UTD will continue its unwavering commitment that educators must be encouraged to teach history in a manner that is comprehensive, inclusive, and reflective of the diverse experiences, perspectives, and contributions of all individuals and groups, including those historically marginalized. And resolve that UTD will be unapologetic that educators should have the freedom to choose appropriate instructional materials and methods that align with their professional judgment and students' developmental age and the goals of promoting historical accuracy and critical thinking without punitive, institutionalized policing of their identities and the erasure of their cultural expressions. And resolve that UTD will use its resources within AFT, NEA, and the FEA to fight against censorship that prevents teachers from connecting with all students by supporting litigation against laws that create an arbitrary micromanagement of what is taught and ensuring educators be protected from retaliation, censorship, or disciplinary action for teaching history that adheres to scholarly standards and represents the complexities and nuances of our nation's history. And resolve that UTD will call on all stakeholders, including parents, communities, and policymakers, to engage in constructive dialogue and collaboration to ensure that history education remains a cornerstone of democratic society and that it is free from ideological distortion. And resolve that this resolution be distributed to educators, parent groups, school board members, policymakers, and other relevant parties to promote the protection of educators' autonomy and freedom to teach accurate history in the pursuit of a more informed and just society. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Through the chair,
Yes, Ms. Yildiz.
the first speaker that spoke handed a document that was not included for the record. The clerk was not included. If I could get a copy, if not, it will not be included in the record.
Okay. Carl Antonio, can you guys get that, sir?
We'll get a copy, Joe.
Thank you so much. Next up, Marin Perez, followed by Jade Perez.
Chair, give the speaker a second. She has an ADA accommodation that we're trying to get everything accommodated for her.
Understood. Take your time. There we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Jade Press. I attend Miami Art Studio 6 to 12 at Zelda Glazer. I wanted to first thank you all for letting me speak and have my thoughts be heard. I'm here today to raise awareness about food allergies and my disabilities. I will first address my food allergies. I have severe allergies to all nuts and all seafood, and many other allergies. I have an EpiPen for my severe allergies, which are for the nut and seafood family. Due to this, I have a 504 accommodations plan. I'm aware of the dangers of food allergies. I know not to eat anything that I'm allergic to. I make sure to read all labels. If I'm in a restaurant, my parents make sure to talk to the person preparing the food regarding my food allergies. Not exposing myself to my allergens is the best way of having me safe. If you have allergies like me, especially severe ones, be sure to tell your friends, family, and others around you. Learning as much as possible about food allergies could help you figure out how to keep yourself and or your peers safe. Additionally, I have a respiratory disease, which is asthma. I also have difficulty standing for a prolonged time and with walking. This is also the reason why I'm diagnosed with abnormalities of gait and mobility. When I take the stairs, I feel more tired and I am more in pain, which is why I take an elevator if a building has 2 or more floors. Furthermore, this is the reason why you see me being seated today. I also have blurry vision, which is why I am wearing glasses. There are some disabilities that are invisible, so you cannot see them, but they are very much real disabilities. According to the Food Allergy Research and Education, also known as FAIR, food allergies are very common between children and adults, but there's a spectrum on the severity of the allergy. It is said that around 1 out of 13 children have a food allergy, and every 3 minutes a person is sent to the hospital due to having an anaphylaxis reaction. Unfortunately, even small pieces of peanuts or nut dust can cause a severe allergy reaction. Symptoms that indicate you're having an anaphylaxis attack include shortness of breath, pale and or bluish skin, weak pulse, dizziness, repetitive vomiting, confusion, fear, anxiety, and many hives over the body. Some of the most common allergies include peanuts, milk, egg, soy, fish, tree nuts, wheat, sesame, and shellfish. The dangers of food allergies are very severe and extreme, since one can be hospitalized or even possibly die due to the allergy attack. There's currently no cure for food allergies, but injections can help but not fully cure the allergy. The only way that the allergy can be considered cured is by outgrowing the allergen, which isn't common. One of the tools that can be used for life-threatening allergic reactions is, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's epinephrine auto-injectors, also known as EpiPens. The instructions for the EpiPen can be found on the back or on the trainer. Right after immediate use of the EpiPen, go immediately to the hospital to be examined by a medical professional. One final thing, if you wish to advocate for yourself, you will be your best advocate. Thank you for letting me speak my concerns, and I hope after this you will help me and many other students that live with food allergies and or disabilities, and also bring awareness to these issues that we deal with daily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marin Perez, or Marin. Next up, Yvonne Jebian.
I am Yvonne Jebian. I go to Braddock Senior High School and I am a CODA, which means a child of a deaf adult. I am president of the American Sign Language Honor Society, and our goal is to create an inclusive environment by teaching people American Sign Language and educating them on deaf culture. As an athlete, I noticed a void between deaf parents and spectators at sporting and drama events. There used to be 10 American Sign Language programs offered in Miami-Dade public schools, and now it's only offered in Braddock, Coral Park, and Palmetto High School. My heart sank when I found out that deaf programs are disappearing, so I decided to take action. I came up with the idea for the American Sign Language Honor Society to do activities such as signing the national anthem at sport events, signing in drama productions, and collab with Braddock's preschool bunch, teaching kids basic sign language. I started doing this at Braddock, but my goal is to encourage students to participate so we can expand the American Sign Language into other schools. By promoting the inclusion of deaf individuals at these events, schools can display their commitment to diversity and give us a sense of belonging to all students. With other schools on this program, it can help students build networks leading to other joint projects that benefit the community. I want to create an app or website that can be accessed through the student portal that brings all the students who have a passion and want to pursue a career with American Sign Language together. That is why I would like cooperation and approval from the school board to achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry White. Is Barry White here? Okay. Max Fanning.
Good evening. My name is Max Fenning, and I'm the founder and executive director of PRISM, a youth-led nonprofit that works to expand access to LGBT inclusive education for young people in South Florida. What happened at last month's school board meeting was nothing short of despicable. Teachers, parents, community members, but most importantly, students came to you pleading for the bare minimum, a symbolic recognition that the history of people like them, of people like us, matters. No curriculum, no instruction, a clean, legally sufficient resolution similar to ones passed by several school districts in this state last year and again this year. Let me be clear. These are school districts in the state of Florida, bound to the exact same laws that this district is bound to. Your own general counsel said that fact quite succinctly in committee and in a subsequent board meeting. Now, I know that Mr. Harvey says things that are at times inconvenient for some members of this board, but you do not pay him to tell you what you want to hear. You pay him to tell you the truth. So let's talk about the truth. Last month, I watched as dozens of people came up to this podium and said some of the most hateful and vitriolic things I have ever heard. They accused people like me of grooming, pedophilia, the downfall of Miami-Dade as it becomes the next Sodom and Gomorrah. They joined in a prayer circle outside as they called on their God to strike down and silence proponents of this sinful act. They called one of your colleagues a Jezebel. They stood hand in hand with white supremacists, so emphatic about their hatred of our pride that they have proud in their own name. They wore shirts that said, "Shoot your local pedophile." But you would never ban the flags that they're waving around, right? And all we got was one firm statement of fact. Our children are watching. Oh, you have no idea. Because as we speak, dozens, if not hundreds, of MDCPS students are watching a live broadcast of this meeting, waiting to see what you will do to protect them. But more importantly, they're on the edge of their seats to see what we will do. I said it last month, and I will say it again. It never mattered how you voted. Today is National Coming Out Day. It's the anniversary of the Second March on Washington for lesbian and gay rights. It's the birthday of Eleanor Roosevelt, who redefined what it meant to be the First Lady and who was herself bisexual. But most importantly, today is the 11th day of the 30th annual LGBTQ plus History Month. My community has grieved enough. It's time for us to celebrate. So with that, we present to you the second annual the School Board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Charlie Franchino. Okay. Carolyn Cardenas.
Carolyn Bartroff Cardenas, Miami Beach Senior High School. It's in history classes that this district has provided, thank you, where I've learned about the horrors Europe experienced in the 20th century with fascist movements and the commitment the rest of the world made to never let that happen again. It scares me to see policies that echo those of fascist governments in Europe happening right here. In our schools in this district, I'm seeing restriction of information and awareness of the society we live in, all under the banner, freedom from indoctrination. It's wrong when we can't learn about slavery. It's wrong when books about the Holocaust are pulled from shelves. It's wrong when history of marginalized groups is omitted from schools. State government is using power over local schools to deny the existence of people whom the Supreme Court has repeatedly held to be protected. Perfect example, Bostock versus Clayton County. A landmark US Supreme Court decision in 2020 that held that discrimination against employees because they are gay or trans rights act, the federal employment discrimination law. Landmark Supreme Court case, highest court in the land, but because it has to do with gay and transgender people, we can't learn about it, we can't talk about it here. You see, when you limit information, when you limit history, you lessen our education here at Miami-Dade Public Schools. We are being denied curricular offerings the rest of the country are being offered. We are having books removed from schools and a large group of students who are now left unrepresented on campuses. As the third largest school district in the county, with 1/3 of students and counting, shouldn't you be spending your time on policies that expand curriculum, expand resources, and expand representation? Not restrict it. We need to see you represent us, your students, by standing up to the anti-democratic interference in local schools from the state government. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth Tesler?
Ruth Tesler, Miami Beach Senior High School. I would like to start off by saying that I am beyond disappointed in my school board for refusing to acknowledge October as LGBTQ plus History Month. The Sunshine State Standard I'm talking about is SS 912A717. In 1977, the Dade County Commission passed a human rights ordinance prohibiting discrimination based on sexual orientation. This meant that landlords could not reject people for housing based on their sexuality, and employers could not reject queer job applicants because they're queer. There's no rationale for denying someone a decent job or a safe place to live because of their identity. I hope we can all agree on that. Once the HRO passed, however, a singer named Anita Bryant organized a campaign to repeal it. Her group, ironically called Save Our Children, was based on the notion that, quote, homosexuals cannot reproduce, so they recruit, end quote. She argued that giving gay people basic rights put children in danger. The crazy part is that it worked. The HRO was repealed with a vote of over 2-1. Even crazier is that almost 50 years later, this is still the main argument made to discriminate against queer people. Last month, bigots flooded the Miami-Dade School Board hearing, preaching the idea that the gay community was grooming children and essentially trying to recruit them. Many of you don't realize the impact of rejecting H11 last month. LGBTQ plus history is a fundamental part of our culture that cannot be left out. LGBTQ plus history is American history. It is neglectful to erase it. I am lucky enough to have a family and friends who support me, so when my county doesn't, I have them to fall back on. But most kids aren't as lucky as I am. Most kids need your support. LGBTQ plus History Month was meant to make kids like me feel seen and to educate people. Maybe if more kids were educated on the LGBTQ plus community, they would stop bullying queer kids. Maybe if our schools acknowledged our identities, we would feel less alone. Instead, we were reminded yet again of how little our government cares about us. We cannot keep passing laws designed to silence and oppress the LGBTQ plus community. We cannot keep shooting down bills that would give the community a voice. And we cannot keep losing the progress we have already made. Thank you.
Thank you. Giancarlo Castellanos.
Hi, my name is Giancarlo Castellanos. I was born and raised in Miami, and I currently reside in District 7. Sunshine State Standard SS.912.CG.2.2 states, explain the importance of political and civic participation to the success of the United States Constitutional Republic. Today I speak with a specific emphasis on the imperative of supporting LGBTQ visibility and rights in our schools and how that translates to the increase in civic participation. Sylvia Rivera, a transgender rights activist, is an extraordinary example of how civic engagement and LGBTQ advocacy intersect and why it is essential to support LGBTQ inclusion and education in our school systems. Sylvia Rivera was a transgender woman of Puerto Rican and Venezuelan descent, was primarily involved in the fight for LGBTQ rights, particularly during the tumultuous years of the 1960s and the 70s, when the transgender community faced severe discrimination and marginalization. Through her tireless work, the queer community, and more specifically the trans community, were more openly recognized and accepted, which resulted in a societal push towards more equitable legislation being passed on both state and federal levels. She was not only a pioneer in the LGBTQ rights movement, but a symbol of resilience and unwavering commitment to ensuring that all voices are heard in our society, regardless of gender identity or sexual orientation. Her work exemplified the idea that our constitutional republic's success is deeply intertwined with the equal protection of all citizens, irrespective of their gender identity or sexual orientation. In our democratic society, it is vital to acknowledge and protect the rights of LGBTQ individuals as an integral part of civic engagement. When our queer students are loved and supported and included, they are also empowered towards creating a positive change within our communities and beyond. Our children are the drivers of change in the world. There should be no reason why our queer students should be excluded from that. Supporting LGBTQ rights and visibility in schools is not merely a matter of curriculum, it's about creating safe and welcoming environments for all students. In doing so, we encourage that civic participation that is stated in that Sunshine State Standard. Sylvia Rivera's tireless activism reminds us that supporting LGBTQ rights in schools is a fundamental component of not only just equitable schools, but a just and equitable world. Her legacy serves as a powerful reminder that LGBTQ rights and advocacy are an integral part of civic engagement, crucial for the success of our constitutional republic. By supporting LGBTQ rights in schools and its visibility, we not only promote empathy and understanding, but also prepare our students to be active, informed, and compassionate citizens. It is our duty to ensure that the lessons of Sylvia Rivera's life and the broader LGBTQ rights movement are integrated into our education system to create a more inclusive, just, and participatory society. I'm deeply, deeply disappointed at the decisions that this board has made in lieu of LGBT visibility, and I truly hope that that is something that will be corrected in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Smith?
Good evening. My name is Eric Smith, and I'm closely connected to the AIDS Healthcare Foundation in Miami-Dade County. Sunshine State Standard 912A712 calls on our students to analyze political, economic, and social concerns that emerged at the end of the 20th century and into the 21st century. Examples may include, but are not limited to, AIDS, green revolution, outsourcing to jobs, global warming, and human rights violations. Central to what this standard calls for is the story of ACT UP, or AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power, which is an international grassroots political group born on the onset of the AIDS epidemic. They established Housing Works, an initiative that served the tens of thousands of homeless people in New York City living with AIDS. They challenged insurance practices and pioneered needle exchange programs. Remarkably, their treatment and data committee, composed of individuals with no formal scientific training, delved into immunology and virology to improve access to experimental treatments. ACT UP is most renowned for their direct actions. In 1989, they made a powerful statement by entering the New York Stock Exchange, deploying a banner reading "Sell Welcome," and demanding a price reduction for AZT, the only approved AIDS drug at the time. The drug company Welcome complied within days. Their impactful demonstrations include symbolic actions like scattering the ashes of AIDS victims on the White House lawn and staging the shutdown of the FDA to demand improved approval and access to AIDS drugs. ACT UP's story demonstrates how ordinary citizens can drive change, fight for justice, and quite literally save lives. The AIDS epidemic is central to the LGBTQ story. Excluding it from our schools neglects vital lessons from history where ignorance led to tragic loss of lives. My work with AIDS Healthcare Foundation has shown me firsthand how education can be a life-saving tool. In my interactions with individuals and patients, I've seen how better knowledge about AIDS could have prevented the disease or improved treatment compliance. Through teaching of this vital history, we demonstrate our commitment to combating discrimination and ignorance, empowering our students to become informed, compassionate, and proactive individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Cassandra Esperant?
Good evening. My name is Cassandra Esperant, and I am a clinical pharmacist, and I'm here to discuss with you today Sunshine State Standard HE.912.C.1.6, and it says to evaluate the relationship between access to healthcare and health status. With that being said, as a pharmacist, I'm actually prescribing HIV prevention medications under a collaborative practice agreement, also known as PrEP, which is called pre-exposure prophylaxis, which is a medication you take before you get exposed to the virus to prevent HIV. It is very important to understand that getting tested is the cornerstone of HIV prevention, and everyone between the age of 13 and 64 should be tested for HIV at least once as part of routine health care. I would like to let you guys also know that obtaining an HIV positive test and starting medication right away and reaching undetectable status is prevention. Why? Because undetectable equals untransmittable. Working in the HIV STI testing space, I come across a lot of patients who contract HIV either because they have never heard of PrEP or tried to get access, and due to the stigma that they would face, and these are, students under 18 years old, so which is, students that are part of the school board that you guys are, taking care of. About 31% of all new HIV diagnoses in Florida were between the ages of 13 and 29. And with that being said, here in Miami-Dade County, 3,356 new cases of sexually transmitted infections were in the age groups of 12 to 19. And I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this information, but having a sexually transmitted infection increases the chances of HIV entering your body during sex. And some STIs also help HIV spread more easily in your body. In 1980s, there was a 13-year-old boy named Ryan White who was diagnosed with HIV as a young hemophiliac. And stigma surrounding HIV was pervasive, and this stigma extended to the classroom. Because of his HIV diagnosis, he has been banned from attending school. So my ask today is, let's honor his memory by championing comprehensive HIV education for our youth, ensuring that they grow up in a world where compassion triumphs over prejudice and where every individual living with HIV is embraced with empathy and support. Thank you today.
Thank you. Rosa Escudero. Okay. Elias Seifi.
Good evening, school board members. Given the proliferation of computers and computer software platforms and applications and other technologies that are used by this district that now include computerized state testing for our kindergartners, I recommend that, similar to the book adoption process, we develop an independent parent or stakeholder review of all technology and software applications that are used in our children's education. As I have stated before publicly, higher math web software platforms many times do not allow for perfectly valid answers. I can go into detail later, yet suffice it to say that recently, while helping my daughter with digital homework, I realized that web software Cengage exhibits this issue. This is frustrating to both the student and the folks that help them. Parents like myself are trying to do their best to help their children, and we realize that these math software applications go unchecked. It reminds me of 4 years ago at my child's local middle school. Many kids were having issues with the iPrep hybrid learning algebra and geometry curriculum offered by Carnegie Learning, and I offered to help those that wanted assistance after school at some acceptable school location on school grounds, free of charge, given that the district was finding it difficult to identify teachers willing to stay after school, and given that there was no way to eliminate the selected software platform. District personnel responded to my good faith offer to help kids with math after school by sending me a terse, witty note that included a link to Florida's education website detailing the requirements for being a math teacher in the state of Florida, and mentioning that after complying with the requirements, I would need to be employed by the school district. It turns out that history has an elegant way of speaking to us, and so here comes agenda item H11 on this month's agenda, an initiative I support that asks if we may expand the new homework assistance program called POP and PrEP. I don't know how many parents help their kids with higher mathematics at home, and of those, I don't know how many are qualified And or of those, I don't know how many would wish to work for the school district. But what I will say is surely we would greatly benefit from an independent stakeholder review of our adopted higher mathematics web software applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Mindy Aguirre. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mindy Aguirre, and I'm a parent of a first grader at Palmetto Elementary in District 9. I am an educator of nearly 20 years, and I currently work with schools as a facilitator for a national civil rights organization. I am also the advocacy chair of the Kendall section of the National Council of Jewish Women. And I stand here today as an ally of the LGBTQ community. As a teacher, I know how critical it is for young people to see themselves reflected in the curriculum and to have the opportunity to learn about experiences different from their own. A rich and diverse curriculum creates empathy, connection, and a sense of belonging. So I am here to share some history with you today, history that includes LGBTQ history, because LGBTQ people have been part of every civilization throughout history, and our students need to know that. As a civil rights historian, I'm here to talk about an individual who played a pivotal role in US history, Bayard Rustin. Sunshine State Standard 912A76 is to assess key figures and organizations in shaping the civil rights movement and Black Power movement. Well, while many of you are familiar with Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King Jr., you may not yet know of Bayard Rustin, an openly gay African-American activist and organizer who had a major influence on the civil rights movement. In 1947, Rustin was arrested after planning and participating in what is now known as the first Freedom Ride. This 2-week journey used nonviolent direct action to challenge segregation on interstate travel, providing a model for civil rights leaders later in the 1961 Freedom Rides. When reflecting experience in an interview, Rustin said, "It occurred to me shortly after that it was an absolute necessity for me to declare homosexuality, because if I didn't, I was part of the prejudice. I was aiding and abetting the prejudice that was a part of the effort to destroy me." In 1948, Rustin traveled to India to study the Gandhian philosophy of nonviolence. Soon after his return, he became a key advisor to MLK during the Montgomery bus boycott, providing King with a deeper understanding about nonviolence, which profoundly influenced both King and the movement. Rustin was also instrumental in planning the 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, where MLK delivered his famous "I Had a Dream" speech. It is important to know Bayard Rustin because his ideas and strategies of nonviolence were critical to the many gains of the civil rights movement. There were times when MLK and other leaders distanced themselves from Rustin as they feared his sexuality could be a liability to the movement, but Rustin true to his identity. Young people deserve to know that despite prejudice, harassment, and threats, an openly gay Black man in the 1950s and 60s had a monumental impact on the civil rights laws that continue to influence our society today. LGBTQ history is US history, and erasing this history silences our students and their families. Thank you.
Christine Gunther. Okay. Olivia Solomon.
Hi, my name is Olivia Solomon. I'm a graduate of Miami-Dade County Public School System, and I'm speaking to the Sunshine State Standard 912 HE25. This see racial hygiene policies on various groups, including but not limited to ethnic and religious groups, political opposition, physically and mentally disabled, and homosexuals. I'm speaking to this with the emphasis of including the LGBTQ community and the attacks they faced in the Holocaust in education in our schools. When we mention the Holocaust, we often focus on the 6 million Jews that are systematically murdered. However, the total number of people encompassed in the ethnic cleansing by Hitler was 11 million. This includes the LGBTQ plus community. As someone raised in both a queer and Jewish family, this hits incredibly close to home. Within the Nazis' vision, homosexuality was a stain on society they sought to remove, as well as the Jews. Berlin in the 1940s was somewhat of a gay capital where LGBTQ plus people were more tolerated and celebrated at this time. This was no longer the case after the Nazi regime targeted this community by labeling them with a pink triangle patch and sending them off to concentration camps. Before they came for the Jews, and they came for gay and trans people. They sought to erase and eliminate their existence from society. something that we see today in our legislature with bills targeting the LGBTQ plus community in Florida, and not acknowledging LGBTQ plus students plays into this. I had family members murdered in the Holocaust, both Jewish and queer. I stand before you today, a queer Jew, because one or two of my family members were able to escape Europe, and that is why I'm here today, only because of that bravery. It is of utmost importance that we acknowledge the ethnic cleansing and erasure of the LGBTQ community when we educate students on the Holocaust. Throughout my education in Miami-Dade Public Schools, I was able to have a Holocaust education, but the LGBTQ community and what they faced within this was never mentioned. I only knew this because of my parents and my home and my religious school. This simply adds to the erasure begun by the Nazis. And when we tell history, we must tell the entire story, whether we like it or not, in order to properly say never again. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline Soto? Joanna Folland? Excuse me, are you Caroline?
No, I'm Johanna Foland.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Johanna Foland. I'm a historian and a teacher at iPrep Academy right across the street. I've been teaching history for a little over a decade at the high school and the college level. And one thing that students always love to read about and talk about is the collapse of Soviet power in Eastern Europe, the dramatic fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, which I remember watching live on TV myself when I was a kid. And that's footage that we'll be watching again in my history classes in the spring. There's a part of that story, though, that a lot of people don't know, which is that long before the wall itself came down, before all the barbed wire was cleared away, people at the grassroots were already finding ways around those militarized Cold War barriers, and this includes queer activists from both East and West. The last decade of the Cold War was, of course, also the first decade of the AIDS crisis. And we've heard today about groups like ACT UP, who pioneered entirely new forms of protest in the 1980s to demand the research and care that they needed. And that mobilization took place all over the world, even in the Soviet bloc, even in East Berlin. AIDS activists did not let the Berlin Wall stop them. They corresponded with their fellow activists in Western Europe. They talked on the phone. They enlisted the help of sympathetic doctors and scientists. They took advantage of diplomatic loopholes. They created networks and found ways to exchange information and mutual support and love. In 1987, Ronald Reagan made his famous demand, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. But by that time, the Cold War division of the world was already being overcome by LGBTQ activists on the ground. So we can talk all day about, when we talk about Cold War history, we can talk about nuclear missiles and high politics, but you can't really understand Cold War history without that story. And those stories are important for another reason, which is that they speak to the extraordinary power that ordinary people can exert, and they speak to the power of connection, which today is our most powerful weapon against the isolation and fear that comes with homophobic stigma. This country spends something like $12 billion a year on mental health services for young people for fighting isolation and fear, but telling stories is free.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fabiana Ungaro.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Fabiana Ungaro. I manage PRISM's Student Ambassador Program, a network of support and resources for high school and college GSA leaders. Today I'm speaking about Sunshine State Standard SS 912A68. Analyze the effects of the Red Scare on domestic United States policy. We've all heard about the Red Scare. And a part of history that goes hand in hand with it but is often overlooked is the Lavender Scare. McCarthyism fueled the Red Scare and the Lavender Scare, which spread mass hysteria around the country regarding communism. McCarthyism is defined by the American Heritage Dictionary as the political practice of publicizing accusations of disloyalty or subversion with insufficient regard to evidence. Many people lost their jobs and lives to accusations of being a communist with insufficient evidence. The silenced part of history, the Lavender Scare, lasted much longer than the Red Scare and impacted many more lives. It spanned from the 1940s to the 1960s, and thousands of queer individuals were fired or forced to resign from the federal workplace due to their sexuality. Why was this? There had been a growing fear in the nation surrounding increased LGBTQ+ visibility. At the time of the Red Scare, gay people were labeled security risks. They were viewed as being vulnerable to blackmail or having weak moral character. This narrative was inaccurate and homophobic. On December 15, 1950, the Hoey Committee released a report concluding that homosexuals were unsuitable for employment in the federal government and constituted security risks in positions of public trust. An estimated 5,000 to 10,000 people lost their jobs as a result of the Lavender Scare. The impact the Lavender Scare had on United States policy was detrimental, and speaking about the Red Scare without speaking about the Lavender Scare would not be telling the full story. It wasn't until 1995 that President Bill Clinton signed an executive order banning discrimination based on sexual orientation and the granting of security clearances. And it wasn't until 1998 that such discrimination was banned in government employment. Many of these narratives fueled by and before the Lavender Scare still exist today. Like most students in the public school system, I didn't learn about the Lavender Scare as a student. I learned about it through my own research. And today, I find myself empowered by it. It is a story of survival and perseverance, because despite the Lavender Scare, despite what some members that sit on this board allowed to occur last month while the students you serve stood before you, queer people are still here, and we are functioning members of this society and this democracy, and we're not going anywhere.
Thank you. Theophilus Williams.
Good evening. My name is Theophilus Williams. I'm here to, first of all, I want to say good evening.
Good evening.
I attended a meeting at Liberty Square about Master Academy, charter school coming within public housing. We don't need no charter schools in Liberty Square area. We got enough in schools within our district that it's going to hurt our enrollment. Now, Master Academy need to be talking to the taxpayers, need to be talking to the luminaries about, let's do a report on them. If we don't know their report, we don't know their background. And when you come in and I sit in that meeting and talk about a grocery store, you know what a grocery store gonna do? More violence, school gonna enroll more, gonna go to juvenile jail. Is that the right thing to do? I'm asking the board. When something like this happens, all us got to come together, the county and the city. I don't know who planning this, but as us being taxpayers, we should be aware of this. But when they want us to elect them for a seat, they come out in numbers. They send out literally. Those people in Liberty Square don't have a knowledge of what's going on. Some of them don't even pay tax. We pay their tax. This is a crime shame. And we be talking about, and I listen to this board, it just hurts when we hear people coming all over the globe, coming to our schools, and we giving them what they want. But when we got inner city schools that hurting for what they want, we can't give them the material. We looking out for others in the other country rather than look out for ourselves in our community that's been here for a decade. When are y'all going to wake up and give our community what they want? See, we looking at the other people. You want to ride pipeline. We're not talking about the juveniles and pipeline. It's not on the agenda. We got to get them out of juvenile. We got to get them back into the system and teach them. It's a lot of good ones in there. It don't start with the parent. It starts with the people we elected who is not making all these policies and not coming to the people. Y'all need to start coming to us and let us give y'all some. We got to get everybody aboard on this. We don't need a charter school. Charter school is hurting us. And y'all need to get with the county and the city with the zoning next week, and the 18th, and let them know, all y'all need to come together because it's not only hurting us, it's hurting the schools and it's hurting the community. And if we bringing 1,000 teachers, we should be bringing 1,000 students in these schools. If we
Thank
hire
you, sir.
1,000 teachers.
Thank you. Vanessa Villaverde.
Good evening, members of the school board. I'm Vivi Verde, she, they. I'm a sexual health educator for youth and families in Miami. And today I want to share an interwoven narrative of Frida Kahlo and I's life that illustrates the importance of recognizing LGBTQI plus figures like Frida Kahlo in our curriculum standards, like VA 5H11, that examines the historical and cultural influences that inspire artists in their work. Living boldly as a queer, disabled, polyamorous, bisexual artist takes a que cara attitude, especially in a time when the art world was dominated by ableist, gatekeeping, and often closeted people. Miss Fiorella's 7th grade Spanish class was where I first was invited into Frida's world. I remember little V thinking Frida would probably love our mustache. Now, when I reflect on Frida's legacy in my mind, I think of my abuela and how she used art to reanimate herself after losing her daughter to cancer and surviving 3 of her own battles with breast cancer. As she recovered from her double mastectomy, she painted, finding the will to live with every brushstroke. Frida Kahlo, a bisexual artist, is not only a creative genius, but also a powerful symbol of LGBTQI plus pride. Her journey, like my abuela's, exemplifies the resilience and strength that can be drawn from art and authenticity, and from the witnessing of this journey. Her story taught me to embrace my body, navigate body dysmorphia, love my facial hair, and live unapologetically as a queer, pansexual, polyamorous person. The school board's decision to not recognize LGBTQI plus History Month in our public schools flattens Frida's story, making her into a one-dimensional storybook character. But her life was bursting with dimension. The way her gender presentation embodied a duality of and or, both neither. The way her love bloomed like native grass, sprawling not just her community but worldwide, a sea of lesbian lovers greeting her bedside. And this is our truth for so many of us. Needing kinship, needing to see a dream dreamed, encapsulated in the abstract, made real. Frida was dimensional, and her work is erased in the erasure of who she was and how she birthed the worlds that we get to step into because of her. Honoring Frida Kahlo's legacy is about more than history. It's about celebrating the kaleidoscopic rainbow of identities that exists within all of us. As we discuss curriculum standards and the content we present in our schools, I implore you to recognize the profound impact of learning about figures like Frida Kahlo. Her story embodies authenticity, love, and self-acceptance. By sharing stories like Frida's, we give our students the tools to embrace their unique selves, love unconditionally, and accept their own and others' identity. Let us use the stories of LGBTQI figures like Frida Kahlo to create a more inclusive and empathic educational system. We say gay, and we absolutely love being gay. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana Gutierrez.
Good evening. My name is Adriana Gutierrez. I'm a queer Afro-Latin Asian student attending American Senior High School in District 4, and those that know me know that I'm driven by my passions. Those that know me know that I wish to pursue an artistic career and refuse to settle. When it comes to these careers, seeing representation behind the scenes is crucial in my motivation. Hearing about queer people just like me excelling in my ideal career fields in history inspires me to do the same. Florida State Standard SS 912856 covers the analysis of the influence that Hollywood, the Harlem Renaissance, the fundamentalist movement, and prohibition had in changing American society in the 1920s. Hollywood's most prolific woman in the film direction scene in this era was gay, and her name was Dorothy Arzner. She's credited as being the first female director to work in Hollywood's golden age, the first woman in the Directors Guild of America, and the inventor of the boom mic. She helped with several films for Paramount Studios and only agreed to stay if she got to direct her own. And when she did, Prohibition labeled her works as overly feminist, where in one she dissected the male gaze. Continuing to break through gender norms, she often wore tailored suits instead of gendered clothing and was in a romantic relationship with Marion Morgan for 40 years. Facing homophobia in the prohibition of the Hays Code, which prevented the showing of anything perverse, which homosexuality was considered at the time and still even is now, she retired. Making her mark as a queer feminist force in Hollywood, Arzner is honored today with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Several schools in this county offer studies involving media technology, and many students of different backgrounds like myself take these classes. Not highlighting pioneers such as this woman takes the representation away from many girls that are just like me. It prevents girls like me from seeing that we can excel, no matter who we are or who we love. That girls like me are strong, and we can and will fight for their rightful spot on the playing field amongst their straight and male peers. Your students are the key to the future of art, and so am I. Yet here they are, standing here, just like me, begging for knowledge and representation that they deserve to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Cohen. Nicole Cohen. Okay. Crystal Etienne.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Krista Etienne, and I'm here to speak about the transparency of information. The transparency of information specifically regarding the feasibility assessment for classical education curriculum. When the agenda item of classical education was brought to the public in June, it was explained to the public that it would only be a vote on the feasibility of such a program. Now, as I understand it, there was information that was presented to the board on this issue. However, no further information was presented to the public. So now it appears that if the program is deemed feasible, then it perhaps does not necessarily have to come back to the board for a vote. If this is the case, then it feels as if the initial vote for feasibility was actually a determination that in fact it was already approved and does not need a feasibility study. This does not appear to be the transparency of information that the public was told it would receive. The public needs more information on this specific ideological curriculum. Classical education often follows a rigid curriculum and teaching style that is not flexible to accommodate the diverse learning needs and interests of individual students, which any educator should be against. Classical education places a strong focus on subjects like Latin, classical literature, and philosophy, which may not prepare students for the demands of a modern job market and does not prioritize teaching practical skills that are relevant in today's world. Classical education places significant emphasis on memorization of facts, quotes, and classical texts. This does not promote critical thinking or problem solving that our students are so desperately need to learn. Classical education does not embrace modern technology and teaching methods to the extent that other educational practical skills curricula does. This may not adequately prepare students for careers or life outside of an academic setting. This can leave students unprepared for the digital era and the evolving job market. Further, classical education is Eurocentric, emphasizing the history, literature, and philosophy of Western civilization, causing a lack of exposure to many other contributions of cultures and cultural insensitivity or bias in various ways. Again, as an educator, none of these sound like educational benefits. So before we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and possibly upend the lives of students, parents, instructional staff, and teachers, it is only right that there be more explanation and transparency for the public on the classical education curriculum, including what it will cost, what the curriculum actually looks like, and what materials we'll be using for the curriculum, ensuring that the same models that are used for private or charter schools that include Christian nationalism are not being used in our public school system. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Jocelyn King. Jocelyn King. Okay. Lorena Gutierrez. Sergeant Amy Gordon. Richard Chevroni. Oh, Chervoni, he left, okay. Anna Williams. Anna Williams, okay. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Anna Williams, and I'm here to present to you another example of promises made and promises broken in my community of Liberty Square housing projects. It has come to my attention that the Miami-Dade County Public School System Board has approved without the knowledge of the residents of Liberty Square, have made approval for Matter Academy, a charter school, to come into our community without the residents' knowledge. And I speak as a former 30-year resident of Liberty Square housing projects. I attended elementary school there, Holmes Elementary School. I'm 69 years old, and now I have my 10-year-old grandson sitting there in the back that attends Holmes Elementary School in the 5th grade. And what I can't understand is why the community of Dade County continues to try to rob our community of its legacy. Why can't my grandson attend Holmes Elementary School? Why can't his children someday attend Holmes Elementary School? Why can't my grandson graduate from Holmes Elementary School and attend Charles R. Drew Middle School? Liberty Square Housing Project is in a transition. It's bordered by Northwest 62nd Street. To the south, to the north, Northwest 67th Street. To the west, Northwest 15th Avenue.
Thank you, ma'am, thank you. Samuel Heskiel. Jose Consuegra.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jose M. Consuegra, and I am a chemistry teacher at Booker T. Washington Senior High School. I am also a proud member of UTD, as well as a member of the Miami Caucus of Rank and File Educators, also known as CORE. Last month, this board voted down on item H11, which recognized October as LGBTQ plus History Month. As a chemistry and science educator, living and breathing human being, I would like to take some time to recognize standard SS.912.W.410, at least during this time and this month. This standard outlines key individuals that ushered in the scientific revolution. I would like to spotlight Sir Francis Bacon for this standard. As a teacher, I see my students assaulted by multiple choice questions and guided notes on the scientific method. It almost renders the most fundamental and foundational concept of scientific and technological progress torturous. It is demoralizing to watch my students slog through this standard, and the respective benchmarks. As such, recognizing the individual behind the standard gives some semblance of humanity to the onslaught of multiple choice questions and forced notes. This would at least further connect the seemingly arbitrary questions to someone that some of my students might recognize and identify with. Off the cuff, as an individual who works at Booker T. Washington Senior High School, a school that needs significant assistance, and yet we receive none, there's nothing more important to the Black and brown students that sit in my room than to be able to identify that they themselves can succeed, regardless of the identity that they were born with. You have given a hope to some of these students, and then you just quickly took it away. As an educator, you leave me with the pieces to have to pick up. Your decisions, I have to deal with, and I have to pick up. So, I would really very much like for this board to consider that even though you might kowtow to a few select individuals who really do not represent an entire group or even the common people, please remember that it is the teachers, such as myself, who have 1,001 different responsibilities. In addition, we have to pick up all of the pieces that you guys leave behind. Thank you very much for your time and support in this matter. Go Tornadoes, hashtag BTW, not the largest, but the best.
Thank you. Sharon Rubin?
Good evening. My name is Sherry Rubin, and I'm a former history teacher at Miami Northwestern High School. I want to mention, oh no, I don't have it ready. Well, that's, oh no. I'm burning up my time. Give me a second here.
It's all right.
Okay. We're going to skip that Sunshine State Standard. What I am going to talk about, however, is Rodney Wilson, who was and still is a history teacher in the state of Missouri. And just over 29 years ago, during a lesson on the Holocaust, he referenced a poster in his classroom with patches that the Nazis forced people to wear in concentration camps. He explained what each patch meant. The yellow star for the Jews, the one my grandfather wore before he was killed in a camp in Łódź, a purple triangle for Jehovah's Witnesses, and then he pointed to the pink triangle, which Hitler's regime sewed onto the prison uniforms of gay men. And he said, "This is the one the Nazis would have made me wear back then." He was almost fired. It made national headlines, but after enough support from the teachers' union, Union Strong forever, he became the first LGBT teacher to gain tenure in the state of Missouri. Later that year, Rodney Wilson founded Gay and Lesbian History Month, now known as LGBTQ+ History Month, recognized in October to commemorate both Coming Out Day on October 11th and the anniversary of the 1979 March on Washington for Lesbian and Gay Rights on October 14th. As an educator who was released from the district a week and a half ago for telling my students, for including Black and Indigenous people's history in my United States history courses that were overseen by a coach from the Education Transformation Office who had me teaching off of 26 slides, and when I wanted to call a parent for misbehavior on the part of a student told me, "You can try, but they've all got their phones shut off. And if you do reach one, they're going to be furious for you bothering them." I just wanted to say it's our job to give our students a well-rounded education based in truth and not half-truths and misleading truths. And yet, instead, we are giving our students lies all too frequently. I'm going to run out of time, but thank you for listening to what I had to say.
Thank you. Holly Swirling.
It's okay? Holly's rolling. As a proponent for children's rights, I just want to compliment all these amazing students that have come out to speak today as well as last month. I think that you should recognize all the schools that these students belong to and give them credit because they are the leaders in their schools. So I'm applauding each and every one of them that they've come here to speak. I also want to say that School Board Member Bendros had brought up breast cancer, and I understand that, and I understand the importance, but I don't understand if breast cancer is getting the okay and the yes vote from the board, how come LGBTQ has not? I don't understand that. More children are affected by that than breast cancer, so I'm very puzzled. The other thing, too, is that I want to understand, Chair Rojas brought up the issue of if any of the school board members have a conflict of interest, please state that you have a conflict of interest. I would like to understand what a conflict of interest is, because I believe that some of the school board members do have a conflict of interest with regard to this statement that we are discussing. And I think that, to be honest with the public, that they need to come forth and talk about that as an issue that needs to be addressed. Number two, I'm very interested to hear the students' comments. We oftentimes look to the student to hear, she's on the board. I don't hear her as often as I'd like. I'd like to hear her thoughts, since she's spoken with students about this issue, and I would be very interested to hear. I was supposed to talk about Eleanor Roosevelt. She was an amazing woman. We all know her to be not only the wife of FDR, but also an amazing, empowered woman who was a lesbian. She came out of the closet, and she was very involved in the United Nations and human rights. So we've got a lot to talk about, but I hope, and I want to just say one thing, I want to know whether or not, when we come here before you, are you still open to making changes that are needed? Or are we wasting our time? We're all giving many of our hours and our heart and soul. Is there still time? October is here, but November can happen, and December can happen, and we can bring up this issue again and vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bryce Hackmeyer.
Ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Bryce Hackmeyer, and I'm an engineer by trade, as well as an aspiring psychiatrist and attorney. I hope to one day utilize my engineering background to develop, advocate for, and implement medical policy reform that expands access to high-quality healthcare for all patients. This evening, I will be discussing a topic that pertains to two Sunshine State standards, SS.912.P.10.6, which stipulates that curricula must discuss how privilege and social power structures relate to stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination, as well as SS.912.P.10.9, which stipulates that curricula must examine how perspectives affect stereotypes and treatments of minority and majority groups in society. Dr. John E. Fryer was a psychiatrist who faced many barriers in his pursuit of medicine, but would go on to transform the field and the practice of psychiatry in the 1970s. Fryer, a gifted student and physician, left his first psychiatric residency due to depression caused by living in the closet, and was forced out of his second psychiatric residency because he was gay. Fryer completed his third psychiatric residency a few years later in 1967, but was forced out of yet another job due to being both flamboyant and homosexual. The discrimination Fryer faced was but a symptom of the institutionalized prejudice that existed then. According to the second edition of the American Psychiatric Association Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders, also known as DSM-2 for short, homosexuality was listed as mental illness, particularly a sociopathic personality disturbance. The APA classification of homosexuality served as a medically fortified justification for discriminatory, anti-queer statutes across the country. Thanks to protests organized by queer activists such as Dr. Franklin Kameny and Barbara Giddings, the APA held a panel entitled Psychiatry, Friend or Foe to the Homosexual, a Dialogue, at their 1972 convention. Dr. Fryer, then a faculty member at Temple University without the protection of tenure, took to the stage as a disguised persona with a face mask, baggy suit, voice manipulator saying, "I am a homosexual, I am a psychiatrist," and explained that he and his queer peers in the field could not exist openly, since acknowledging queerness meant the revocation of one's license to practice medicine in the 42 states where anti-sodomy laws existed at the time. A year later, in 1973, the APA Board of Trustees voted to remove the diagnosis of homosexuality from the DSM-2 and thereby remove the legal basis of many discriminatory practices against LGBTQ+ people, including the denial of employment, citizenship, housing.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Allen Diaz. And Mary Durant.
Good evening. My name is Mary Akins Durand. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a field manager with Equality Florida, the state's largest LGBTQ civil rights organization, and I appreciate all of you who are paying attention. I'm a graduate of Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I attended public school in Hialeah from kindergarten through my senior year, back when it was still Agua, Fango, y Factoria. Today, I'll be referencing 3 Sunshine State standards, which, as I understand it, establish the core curricular content that students in Florida should be taught. In the 1970s, Anita Bryant, a known beauty queen and singer, rose to national prominence due to her campaign against gay rights, particularly her leading role in the successful effort to repeal a Dade County ordinance in 1977 that prohibited discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. An example of Sunshine State Standard S.4.A.1.1 analyze primary and secondary resources to identify significant individuals and events throughout Florida, as well as Sunshine State Standard SS.912.CG.2.12 explain how interest groups, the media, and public opinion influence local, state, and national decision-making related to public issues. Bryant's outspoken opposition to homosexuality, grounded her in conservative Christian beliefs, drew both support and criticism. The events in Florida marked a pivotal moment in the ongoing struggle for LGBTQ rights in the United States. An example of Sunshine State Standard SS.912.A.5.10. Analyze support for and resistance to civil rights for women, African Americans, Native Americans, and other minorities. I'm not sure y'all are meeting that standard currently, by the way. Her advocacy not only had a significant impact on the gay rights movement, but also led to personal and professional consequences for Bryant, as her career suffered and she became a divisive figure in American culture. I share this as a reminder to everyone listening that there is a right and a wrong side of history, as well as personal consequences for the decisions you make while trying to marginalize others. Lucia Baez-Geller for president.
Please, you've all been very good, and I appreciate that. We are respecting you, and we have to follow the rules of decorum, please.
Hi.
And our last speaker is Daniela Pierre.
Hi,
Are you
quick
Daniela
question.
Pierre?
No, I'm not.
I'm
you
sorry,
called
ma'am.
You Mary
I'm sorry.
Allen Diaz?
Yes,
Did
I'm
you,
sorry. I'll call you in a moment. Again, if you could sit for a
no,
moment.
I just wanted to confirm if it was Mary Allen Diaz or Melan Diaz.
Let me see the name they gave us. Melan, is it Melan?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you, Melan Diaz.
That's me.
Okay, if you could sit, I'll call you in a moment. Thank you. Daniela Pierre.
Greetings, good evening, board. My name is Daniela Pierre. Food and housing insecurities are known barriers to academic success for students who attend schools across the nation. We are pleased that this board will continue to address the elimination of food waste. We look forward to the enhanced action, those action items that will bolster the use of share tables in our schools, food sharing, and throughout our community. Additionally, we continue to advocate for the importance of our community members to join the Educational Excellence School Advisory Councils. We know that since 1991, it's been a vehicle for decision-making, accountability, and most importantly, school improvement plans. We urge this board to consider a streamlined marketing approach of ESAC that will further engage and inform the community about the 7 phases of the school improvement plan and user-friendly and accessible options on how to navigate information about ESAC. It's a bit cumbersome. And in closing, it has come to our attention as well. Many members, many voices of the NAACP have expressed great concern about an action that this board took back on April 21, 2021, concerning Schools of Hope in Liberty Square. While I know we're here in 2023, but most recently at the State of Black Miami, the issue has come up again. So we ask and urge this board to review and, if permissible, to reevaluate those actions that occurred back on April 21, 2021. The agenda item was D66. Thank you.
And I believe now we have one more speaker, that's Melan Diaz.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Melan Diaz. I use they, them pronouns. I'm the co-founder of DCRIM 305 and board member of the Cupcake Girls, Yaya Por Vida, M-Care, and I am also a member of the Asian Latin diaspora. Today, I would like to share a deeply personal experience that has been extremely challenging for me to discuss. So during my time in middle school, circa early 2000s, I realized I was bisexual. And soon after that, I was met with a wave of bullying and animosity. What was once my sanctuary, my locker, became a canvas for slurs, and rumors about me echoed through the hallways. The indifference of the school administration, instead of standing against discrimination, portrayed me as the issue. This forced me to conceal my identity well into adulthood, leading to a struggle with alcoholism and substance use as a means of coping. It was a stark realization of the vast divide between the lofty ideals of equality and the harsh reality faced by those who do not conform to societal norms. This exemplifies the consequences when queer individuals are erased and excluded. The Sunshine State Standard, SS 912AA412, which analyzes economic, political, legal, and social experiences of African Americans and their contributions and sacrifices to American life from 1960 to the present. The words of Marsha P. Johnson, a transgender woman, drag queen, and unwavering advocate for LGBTQ plus rights, resonate in my mind like a battle cry. No pride for some of us without liberation for all of us. She devoted her life to assisting queer youth facing homelessness and survival sex work. These words serve as more than a rallying cry. They are a challenge to confront the ingrained prejudices in our society and question the biases that led to the marginalization of entire communities. Why? We are not simply addressing locker room slurs. We are contending with the systemic erasure of LGBTQ plus history from our schools. By excluding this rich tapestry from education, we deny students a true understanding of our shared past, perpetuating a culture of ignorance and discrimination. Marsha P. Johnson's legacy implores us to stand against this injustice, advocating for an education that reflects the diverse spectrum of human experiences is an acknowledgement of the integral contributions of these individuals to the broader narrative of our society. We must be vigilant against any effort to further marginalize the LGBTQ community, and we demand an education that embraces diversity, fosters acceptance, and builds a more tolerant, understanding society. Thank you.
Thank you. We have exhausted all the speakers.
I filled out a form.
What is your name, ma'am?
Ebony Crispin.
Yes, we called your name earlier, I believe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we're not getting into a discussion. Can you please repeat your name for me?
Ebony Crispin.
Kristen?
Madam Chair, we've reached 90 minutes.
Thank you. It's two more speakers. I will let this speaker go ahead. There is a person by the name of Fatima Shaken, whom I believe wanted to speak, but I have checked with our secretary, and she does not have that person signed up. So I would have to get a vote, only because there's only two more people. And I believe I see, Mia, you're standing, Mina, but did you sign up? You did not. So those will be the last two speakers that I get after we hear the current speaker right now. But before I do, I need a vote. I will motion to go ahead and add on the last two.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We adhere to the 90-minute mark, so after these two, there will be no one else speaking. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much. My name is Ebony Crispin. I'm the Legislative Affairs and Community Engagement Director for AIDS Healthcare Foundation. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a cisgender woman married to a straight man. We have a little boy, and I'm so excited to be able to be here today, one, as an ally, but also to hear all of the incredible folks that have spoken here today. I share some of the facts about my life is because I wish there were more allies that step forward, even in their discomfort, to stand up and speak out against what is happening, not only in this county, but across counties in the state of Florida. I think it's so important that we do what we can in order to prevent the erasure that seems to be happening in so many communities across this county and others. Today, we're talking about LGBTQIA+ erasure. And as someone who has a voice and intends to use it as strongly as possible, I want to just talk a little bit about Keith Haring. He was born in 1980. He grew up in Pennsylvania, went to public school across the state. He had one-man exhibition in 1982. He had a famous mural that most would know as the Crack is Whack mural during the crack epidemic in the 90s. His murals were painted across the world, including in Paris and Berlin before the fall. He was diagnosed with AIDS in 1988. A year later, his foundation was formed. He had over 100 solo and group exhibitions before he died in 1990 at the age of 31. Imagine not allowing our students, us as adults, to learn the history of our people. Just because you're not a part of a community doesn't mean that it's not your history. Just because you're not a part of this community doesn't mean that we can't stand for the rights of others. Erasing people, or the attempt thereof, does not actually erase them. It makes us stronger. And I hope that we can come together as a people and decide that even if we don't understand, even if it's not our path, even if it doesn't go along with what we believe, we can still maintain that all people should be free people. Thank you so much.
Fatima Shaken.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I did fill out the form 2 days ago, actually, and sent it via email, so I'm not sure what happened.
Could you speak a little closer? Yes.
Yeah, it's just
Thank
that
you.
it's not clean. So thank you for having me here and allowing me to speak. I am here not just as a member of Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I'm here as the Vice President of Advocacy and Legislation for Miami-Dade County Council of PTA-PTSA. I am also a proud Jewish woman. I carry my star with me, and on behalf of that, I want to thank Mr. Dotras for putting out that alert, giving our parents hope to have where to go, where to get information, and assist a lot of our students within our public schools. So thank you to the board, and thank you to every single one of you for advocating for every child that is going through right now, seeing everything that is happening in social media. My heart breaks to see all the things that are happening with Israel, my homeland. On behalf of the Jewish community, I want to thank you. I also am here on behalf of these kids. They're my kids because I represent every single student in this county. They're all my children. And it breaks my heart to see what's happening with them. There's so many things that are happening within our school system. The constant bullying, a lot of oppressions that are happening with our kids. Coming from a community, a Jewish community, I can tell you that we, as a community, we work very closely with our kids. My daughter herself, she's part of the LGBT community, and I am very proud to say that as a mother. And I'm also very proud to say that Miami-Dade County Public Schools, my representative, Ms. Luisa Santo, my other representative, Lucia Baez-Geller, held my hand when my daughter tried to commit suicide because she thought I was not going to be supportive. But she was wrong. And I'm sharing this with you so we can bring back what we had in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. Let's not try to fix something that is not, there's nothing wrong with it. We've been doing great. Let's not change that. I beg you. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker for this evening, Mina Husseini.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent Dotres. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak. I want to first acknowledge that I really appreciate coming into this space and seeing the way that it's been refurbished or redone. It's pleasant, and it just reminds me of the ways in which the conditions of the spaces that we enter have an impact on us. And so just want to highlight that. I'm here because I heard some testimony earlier about classical curriculum, and I just want to present some facts about the conversation that was previously had and seeking clarity on whether or not it is true that there will be a model for the next school year with respect to classical curriculum in the education. I remember this topic well because I spoke on it, and as we think about the erasure of history just generally, we also should consider the short-term erasure of history. One significant fact in considering the item H3 when it was proposed was that there would be an exploration of the feasibility and a presentation that would be provided to the board members. And so we as the public who are interested in supporting public education in public schools thought we would be a part of that process. So again, I am seeking clarity because the way that it was presented to community members, such as myself, was that there would be a presentation. So want to know if that's actually going to happen. I think that when we discussed the topic of classical curriculum, we also talked about the potential benefits and to assess whether or not there was enough data to suggest that that model would work in our schools. And so these were the types of things that we were thinking would be in a presentation that would be provided. Again, another component of this was that there wasn't this argument around low proficiency rates. And so again, if there is a model that will be deployed in a particular school and there is no presentation for us as the public to understand that happening, I think that causes and creates alarm for concerned citizens. With that, again, I'm seeking clarity, and I hope that that will be addressed at some point in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we have now exhausted all of the speakers in the public hearing portion. I want to thank everyone who has come out again. We know how busy everyone's schedules are, and you are here to express your thoughts, your concerns, your recommendations to all of us, to the superintendent. And although we don't engage in conversation at this time, because this is not part of the process, someone asked, I believe it was Holly Swirling, if we listen. Absolutely we listen. That is why we are all here. And I want for the listening public to understand that we cannot engage at this time, but we do certainly listen to comments that are made. And the superintendent does as well. So I just wanted to say that for the record. At this time, I again thank you for coming and exhausting all of the business that we have before the board. I will now go to announcements or new business from board members. So at this time, I have Lucia Baez-Geller, who signed up for announcements.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I truly appreciate this opportunity to speak out. I want to join our parent that just spoke in speaking about the tragedy right now happening. And I just wanted to put my thoughts on record. I recently attended yesterday an amazing show of solidarity across our county for the attacks happening by Hamas against Israel. And we have to acknowledge that hundreds of innocent people right now, women, children, elderly, babies, and they're being murdered. And I'm horrified as an American. I'm horrified as an educator who knows that there are children in this district right now hurting. And I'm horrified as a human being for the images that we are seeing coming out right now. And I just wanted to make it clear that I, school board member for District 3, I stand with Israel during these dark times. And while I submitted a good cause item, be it late, did not have time to be reviewed by legal. And since I could not bring this item, I did want to read it on behalf of myself, since it's not going to go before the board. I wanted to read it during this announcement section. My intention with the resolution was to say that Miami-Dade County Public Schools, through the resolution, would stand with Israel. But I will say District 3 instead, because I feel comfortable with enough of my constituents reaching out to me. So the resolution would say, on October 7th, 2023, the terrorist group Hamas launched an attack on the state of Israel, resulting in the murder of hundreds of Israelis, with the death toll expected to rise. District 3 recognizes the right of the state of Israel to exist as a sovereign and independent nation with the full rights and privileges afforded to all nations under international law. District 3 and I stand firmly in solidarity with the state of Israel and its efforts to safeguard its citizens, protect its borders, and ensure the safety and security of its people. District 3 and I condemn this unprovoked attack by Hamas against Israel and its citizens and supports Israel's right to defend itself and protect its citizens from indiscriminate violence and terrorism. That was the proposed resolution for this morning, and I want to make sure that our school district properly recognizes this ongoing conflict, not just today, but throughout the time, that it firmly opposes acts of terrorism, and that it stands with Israel. Additionally, while I appreciate all of the hard work of our staff and our superintendent to make sure that our students feel safe, I would have liked to at least seen some condemnation of terrorism, and for that specifically to be stated. Additionally, I have been getting reports recently from parents and students in my district of horrible messages on social media threatening Jewish people this upcoming Friday. I would like to see actions taken about this threat. I want to see it be taken seriously. Our parents and our Jewish students are worried, and so am I. I've shared this with some district staff. I will continue to work with them, but I do want everybody to hear this right now. I will close with this. MDCPS, there's no place for hate here. We do not tolerate threats or intimidation. I absolutely condemn the cowardly acts against Israel, and I proudly stand with the state of Israel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I would like for Mr. Superintendent, sir, I just heard an issue raised regarding the safety, security, and the well-being of our students. Could you please address that? Because I believe that the parents that are listening to us today and teachers and the entire Miami-Dade County Public School family need to know where we stand on what has just been stated regarding the safety, security, and well-being of those students who are coming to our schools.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I need to go beyond safety and security. We have to understand that here in South Florida, we have the second largest community of Jewish folks that are Jewish, right? A very large community. I spoke to Ms. Baez-Gellers about this, and I actually reached out to a rabbi to make sure that if we needed to support any of the schools, private schools in particular, we're there to help them and support. We're all one community. So our school district is a school district that will provide support to all children and all students. And I want to mention again that our counselors are ready and prepared at every single one of our schools to assist any student that may have been directly impacted by the reality or the tragedies that are occurring in the Middle East and in Israel, and they are ready to provide support and assistance. We also have a mental health wellness line, that parents can access 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. And the number is 305-995-7100. So any parent of any denomination that are going through issues with their children because of what they may be seeing on television or social media, please, we have resources for you via counselors and the teams at the school. Look at the school as a point of resource and support. And if not, if you are addressing an issue with your child after hours, please remember, there is assistance after hours via our mental health support line, 305-995-7100. In addition to concerns about safety, every time there is a crisis, we know that we have to be very protective and very alert. And so our school police is prepared to do the same. Our attention to this is becoming more and more acute, and we are being very, very watchful. I had a conversation with Chief Silva, and these are things that we are monitoring. But again, my greatest concern and my greatest communication is students, no matter who they are, please, as parents, if you feel that they are becoming worried, if they are frightened, there is immediate support and assistance via counselors and support staff at school. And again, I can't say it enough. We have a mental health support line, which I'm extremely proud of. Sally's not here, but we started this this school year. And again, 305-995-7100. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Superintendent, and I'm glad you spoke about both issues. The mental health portion, which obviously is going to affect many students, even more so if there are any students that have lost friends or family members throughout this entire horrific situation. But also extremely important is our law enforcement and the fact that they are on high alert right now and ensuring that they're doing everything possible so that the safety and the well-being of all those that we serve, not just the students, but students, teachers, administrators, parents, and all the stakeholders are protected to the highest degree possible. So thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. I now will go to Dr. Dorothy Bendros-Mendengo, who is also signed up for announcements.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Mr. Superintendent, I thank you for your remarks. It's so very, very important. And you've got you mentioned children, and that's fine. But I've talked to some staff members. And I know you included them in your speaking. So in your thinking, and of course, you will make sure they're all protected. I also am glad that people are still listening. Still listening. The chair said something that we're all thinking. When you come to the microphone, it takes all I can do not to speak. All I can do not to speak. Because I know what you're saying. I have lived what some of you are living. I am probably as angry as anyone can be as to what is happening in some of our communities. We have a wonderful staff here who joined one of the speakers in the foyer, and that person is going to get the truth. They're going to know what is happening in Liberty Square. They're going to get the truth. Please believe you me. It's a long story behind what's happening in Liberty Square. It didn't start yesterday. It didn't start 2 weeks ago. The information is available about Mater Academy, about Schools of Hope. I spent 8 years of my life that I'll never get back in Tallahassee. It was all coming. And some of you were much too young to even want to stand and say what you're saying now, but it is important. Many of us in this room, probably all of us, spent or will be spending our adult lives on helping children, rearing children, making sure that they are learning. 9 times out of 10, and I don't say this in a fashion that others don't hear it, I can be at a football game, and some of our staff members can vouch for this, and I'll see children running towards me, and they will say, the best principal I ever had. I've got some colleagues up here who are chuckling because they hear the same thing. But you have to know, when it's your turn to go to the microphone, I keep looking at the chair. She probably looks away because she's probably thinking, Dorothy wants to say something. I do. And I heard someone say, Baez Geller for president. Well, I guess we can't run, Santos. Be very, very careful. You have all of the people on this dais will look out for you. But you've got to do as some others have done. Don't name call. Don't name call. Just let's do what is right. Northwestern, my high school. Put your computer down so I can look at the audience. Thank you. Yes, I'm from Liberty City. You just don't know what you don't know. Booker T. Washington, another one of my schools. Please don't think for 1 minute that we don't fight night and day. Continue to come to the board meetings. This is our time to listen. I will be at Northwestern this week. I met with the entire Booker T. feeder pattern 2 weeks ago. You've got principals. Remember, I used to be one of them. You've got principals. Go to them first. Be very, very careful as to what you come here to say. But it's your turn. Now let me look again over this way. I want to talk about the track at Miami Northwestern, about the track. People are still listening. My phone, Mr. Superintendent, is blowing up.
they're not here, they know I'm not pleased that they're not here. Please, let's just, in brevity, make sure that the people who are listening, Miami Northwestern's entire group of alums, Liberty City, Holmes Elementary, Drew, Brownsville, that the chair just sent me a message, Brownsville Middle School and Citrus Grove Middle School, they are, let me see what they got. They got a red ribbon. We do some things right. We do some things right. But I'm going to finish, Madam Chair, so that if you allow, we need someone just to talk about the track at Miami Northwestern. That is something that can cause great dissension in Liberty City if they don't know the truth. They need to know the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, who will be addressing this issue? Mr. Nicolo?
No,
Or you
ma'am, I
will?
will.
All right, sir?
Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Vendors-Mendengal, I just want to say that we have been in touch, but like you say, communication is necessary on a constant basis. But please understand that the commitment for Northwestern was one of the aspects that we've been working on, was a track, and it will be replaced. We had a conversation about that yesterday. I've had lengthy conversations with Mr. Carl Nicolo, and again, we want to make sure that there's an understanding that the track will be replaced.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank the superintendent. Absolutely, I know what you're doing. But what we're talking about, teaching the children the truth, I want the adults who I know are listening because they are not here. They were supposed to come, but they are not here. So they are hearing you say the track will be replaced. And that's all that they needed to hear for now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, ma'am. I don't have anyone else who signed up to speak, and so I just want to close with going back to the Red Ribbon Certified Schools of Brownsville and Citrus Grove Middle. This is a wonderful recognition. Red Ribbon Certified Schools are schools that have an assessment tool that celebrates schools who work together as a team with the parents, with the educators, with the students, and with an entire community to promote academic excellence. So this is a wonderful recognition. Congratulations to both of those schools for having been recognized. And also, I hope that to our children and parents who will be going out trick-or-treating within the next couple of weeks, please be safe and ensure that you talk to your children about safety-related issues when they're out trick-or-treating. We want them to have an enjoyable time, but we also want them safe and sound and back at our schools safely the following day. So with that said, and no further business in front of this board at this point in time, this meeting is officially adjourned.
It's time to smile. A big party at a legendary South Florida school. Students, teachers, and alumni gathered at Charles R. Drew K-8 to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the school's Performing Arts Magnet program. Charles R. Drew, which is off Northwest 17th Avenue and 60th Street, has the longest running magnet program of any school in Miami-Dade County. There was a pep rally and talent show at today's big event. Very nice.
No doubt, so much talent in that school, right?
Yeah, look at them. They
Way
look
to celebrate.
great.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Greetings. I am Dr. Dorothy Bendros-Mendengal,
your school board member for District 2. It is my honor and pleasure to share with you the following announcements. To begin, I was interviewed by L'Oreal R. Scott on my latest installment of The Journey, where I was able to share remnants of my journey with viewers. Next up, I attended Frederick Douglass Elementary School with Chairman Oliver Gilbert to kick off his Teacher for a Day initiative, which was a resounding success. I also recognized September 15th through October 15th and celebrated Hispanic American Month. Additionally, I had a delightful visit at the Young Men's Preparatory Academy with Mr. Pierre Edouard. I was also able to attend the Safe Air Expo at Opa-locka Executive Airport. There were pilots, STEM exhibits, food, games, and most importantly, those beautiful airplanes. We had a wonderful time. Special thanks to Vivian Roberts on another successful event. Special congratulations to the Booker T. Washington Feeder Pattern. We held another successful meeting, which gave us the opportunity to collaborate and to gain insight about the needs and concerns of our schools. You should also know that I was able to support Councilman Robert Stevens III at the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the educational wing at Betty T. Ferguson. In addition to that, I attended Broadmoor Elementary School for their annual Walk to School Day. We reinforced safety crossing the street and exercising caution for motorists as the children went to school. Congratulations, Principal Lazo, on another successful event. I also had the pleasure of attending a beautiful event for our students comprised of an amazing panel of entrepreneurs and business professionals at Oasis to celebrate the inaugural class of Your Pathway, Your Power, which was designed to empower young people to consider their personal pathways to prosperity as they begin to make decisions about their future. Thank you, Danny Felton, for this most important initiative. I was also able to celebrate a dear friend and mentor. Several days ago we did this as she celebrated her 100th birthday. Nancy Dawkins, we celebrate you and thank you for your love, support, and guidance over the years. Happy birthday. Before I go, I would like to leave you with this quote. Your smile is your logo. Your personality is your business card. And the way you make others feel is your trademark. I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to do what I love. I work for children. God bless, and I'll see you on the journey.
Good evening. I'm Maritere Rojas, your school board chair and board member for District 6, representing the areas of Brickell, City of Miami, Coral Gables, Kendall, Key Biscayne, Little Havana, Westchester, Old Cutler, Shenandoah, Silver Bluff, and South Miami. Thank you for tuning into our meeting today and keeping up with our work at the Miami-Dade County Public Schools. Happy fall, everyone! This month, MDCPS continues to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. As you can see, I'm wearing my guayabera. I had the opportunity to observe the school-wide activities that honored the cultures, traditions, and history of Hispanic Americans' contribution to our nation. Great job to all of our teachers, our students, our administrators, and our families that have participated in these outstanding events. Also, on October 2nd, we recognize our incredible custodians for working behind the scenes to keep our schools and buildings safe and clean. As always, thank you to all of our custodial workers for their hard work and their commitment. Coming up on October 23rd through the 31st, we will be celebrating National Red Ribbon Week to reinforce the drug-free message with our students. Additionally, October is National Bullying Prevention Month.